Chapter 2500. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan were the leaders of the 100-Clan Alliance this time. The other powerful clans could beg for mercy, but not these two clans. Kill! Without any reason, the figure on the ancient formation platform roared angrily and directly drove the formation platform beneath his feet towards Gu Fei in front of him. Rumble! Blinding bolts of lightning shot out from the ancient matrix platform, tearing the void between heaven and earth. On the ancient matrix platform, bolt-shaped Tao patterns emerged. A destructive aura filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth, making one's heart palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei stopped smiling and directly extended his right hand forward. A giant chaotic hand immediately appeared in the void in front of him and slammed towards the ancient matrix platform. Boom! With a loud bang, the hand that Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm directly shattered the endless lightning bolts and fiercely slammed onto the ancient matrix platform. The lightning-shaped Tao patterns that emerged from the ancient matrix platform were directly obliterated by the giant hand. The entire matrix platform shook violently and was then slapped away by the giant chaotic hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The power that Gu Fei displayed was so powerful that he could actually shake the Thunder Clan's ancestral matrix platform. Although the Thunder Clan was not as powerful as the Kunping clan that was chased away by Gu Fei, they were still one of the most powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent apart from the Kunping clan. The power of this clan's ancestral matrix platform was unquestionable. Seeing that Gu Fei had sent the Thunder Clan's ancient matrix platform flying with a single palm, some people saw that the situation was not good and began to retreat. This ruthless person was so powerful that he was simply undefeatable. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei sent the Thunder Clan's ancient matrix platform flying with a single palm, the old man from the Fire Rock clan also made his move. The crimson fire divine pagoda in his hand flew up from his hand and rapidly enlarged, pressing down on Gu Fei. Terrifying waves of fire elemental energy surged down from the divine pagoda. The divine pagoda instantly suppressed the void of heaven and earth, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Bang! The void trembled as the crimson fire divine pagoda directly descended from the sky, instantly suppressing Gu Fei under the divine pagoda. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the divine pagoda. Crimson fire divine pagoda vaguely appeared one after another, triggering an extremely powerful wave of fire elemental energy. The old man from the Fire Rock clan wanted to directly refine Gu Fei in the ancient pagoda. The ancestral artifact of this clan was not only the Fire Pung Blade, but the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda in the old man's hand was also an incomparably powerful ancestral artifact left behind by an ancestor of the clan. To a certain extent, the pagoda was even more powerful than the Fire Rock Divine Pagoda. Seeing how the Fire Rock clan's elder easily suppressed Gu Fei in the ancient pagoda, everyone was surprised and delighted. However, there were also some who felt uneasy. Gu Fei was not a weakling. How could he be suppressed by the crimson Fire Divine Pagoda without any resistance? What kind of ruthless person is this? Just SOO. The elder of the Fire Rock clan extended his right hand, and the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda immediately flew back to him and landed in his hand. At this moment, every level of this 9-floored pagoda was emitting resplendent divine light. Fire elemental Tao patterns were reviving, and the sound of wind and thunder came from inside. Within the divine pagoda, flame-shaped patterns transformed into divine chains of the great path that wrapped around Gu Fei. Buzz! The void sky rumbled. A mass of chaotic divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. The divine chains of the great path of fire that were entangling him were all knocked away by the divine light that emerged from his body, unable to get close to him. What? The old man from the Fire Rock clan was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the celestial pagoda. At this moment, he also felt that something was wrong, and the joy he felt earlier was immediately thrown out of the window. "I don't believe I can't refine you to death." The old man directly sat down in the void sky and then activated the power of the great path of fire in his body and poured it into the scarlet fire divine pagoda in front of him. The scarlet fire divine pagoda shook violently, and the aura of the great path descended from the top of the pagoda. Inside the pagoda, a peerless power was rapidly condensing. Inside the pagoda, countless flame-shaped Tao patterns intertwined. Every time above the pagoda, the shadow of a fire rock would appear faintly, emitting an astonishing aura. It was as if 9 real fire rocks were about to rush out of the pagoda. Even some ancient saints who were watching from afar could not help but be moved. The ancestral device of the Fire Rock clan was truly terrifying. If it was an ordinary ancient saint who was suppressed in the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda, he would have been suppressed to death by the power that erupted from the pagoda. However, it was a pity that the person suppressed in the pagoda was Gu Fei, a peerless existence that showed signs of becoming Saint Lord. Gu Fei stood still, allowing the power of the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda to gather from all directions. The powerful power was directly blocked by the chaotic divine light that emerged from his body. "Is this all you've got?" Gu Fei said indifferently. At this time, the forehead of the elder of the Fire Rock clan was already covered in a layer of dense sweat. From time to time, beads of sweat rolled down his face. Even the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda could not do anything to this ruthless person. How could this ruthless person be so powerful? The elder of the Fire Rock clan did not speak. He directly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda in front of him. Boom! Like pouring oil into a fire, the elder of the Fire Rock clan spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine flames on the entire Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda immediately flourished. The divine flames directly rushed out of the pagoda. They were hundreds of feet high, burning the void space into oblivion. Inside the divine flames that rushed out of the pagoda, countless flame-shaped Tao patterns were faintly discernible. This was a terrifying divine fire of the great path that could burn everything. Flames of the way. Gu Fei, who was suppressed in the pagoda, was still very calm. This kind of divine implement could not truly suppress him. The divine fire of the great path that could burn everything in the world burned towards Gu Fei inside the pagoda. In an instant, Gu Fei was swallowed up by the divine fire of the great path. At the same time, a fire rock rushed out of each of the 9 levels of the pagoda. The 9 fire rock rushed directly towards where Gu Fei was. Endless flames of the way were playing around, burning the space between heaven and earth into oblivion. The 9 fire rocks rushed into the towering flames of the way that enveloped Gu Fei, causing the power of fire on the divine tower to increase exponentially. The power of the entire Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda was activated by the elder of the Fire Rock clan. The terrifying waves of power shocked everyone to the extreme. All right, I'm done playing with you. Chapter 2501. The power of the Fire Rock clan's ancestral artifact was indisputable. It was a great sage artifact that could refine saints. It was a sage artifact refined by a great saint. Rumble, the crimson fire divine pagoda, was shaking, and the endless fire elemental power crazily gathered towards a figure that was suppressed in the pagoda and was directly refined. The power of a great saint is indeed not bad. Gu Fei channeled the 10,000 arts to return to truth and refine the power of the fire pong contained within the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. What? Outside the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda, the elder from the Fire Rock clan stared at the figure inside. He was shocked to the extreme. He could feel the power of the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda rapidly dissipating. Damn it! How is this possible? While the old man from the Fire Rock race was shocked, he quickly formed hand seals and shot fire elemental Tao patterns into the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. He wanted to draw out the power of a great sage. The Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda contained the imprint of a great sage powerhouse. However, under normal circumstances, the Tao imprint inside the Crimson Fire Divine Pagoda was in silence. As the elder of the Fire Rock clan exerted his full strength, an aura that made all living beings' hearts tremble erupted from the Scarlet Fire Divine Pagoda. It was as if an ancient beast that had been asleep for countless years had been awakened. This is all the experts near the ancestral land of the demon clan were shocked. It's useless. Gu-Fei smiled. His state of mind had already reached the great sage realm since he had refined his heart in the secular world. He just hadn't crossed the tribulation yet. Even if a real great sage came, he wouldn't be afraid. You, the old man of the Fire Rock clan, was stunned by Gu-Fei. This person was so powerful that he could contend with a great sage tool. It was hard to imagine. This item is not bad. It's a good gift. As Gu-Fei spoke, his body blurred and disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind the old man from the Fire Rock clan. W8. What? The old man's body immediately stiffened and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't move at all. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but he didn't dare to. A great saint artifact cannot trap me. Gu-Fei's voice came from behind the old man. At this time, everyone was shocked. No one could see how Gu-Fei escaped from the Red Fire Divine Pagoda. He was suppressed by the Great Saint tool, but he was still able to escape. This method was too amazing. Shwa. While everyone was still in shock, Gu-Fei extended his hand, and the divine fire tower that was floating in front of the old man immediately flew into his hand. Immediately afterward, the Chaos Tao pattern rushed out from Gu-Fei's hand and suppressed the Red Fire Divine Pagoda. Soon, the great sage level power fluctuation that was about to erupt gradually calmed down and was suppressed by the Chaos Tao pattern. Don't tell me you're a great sage, the old man said with a trembling voice. At this time, his clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. All right, you should be on your way. Gu-Fei was about to kill the old man. However, at this time, the void shook and an ancient formation platform fell from the sky. With a terrifying destructive power, it pressed down on Gu-Fei's head. Rumble! Endless lightning fell from the ancient formation platform. Each lightning was as huge as a mountain. It could destroy a mountain ridge and a mountain range. There's so many annoying flies. Gu-Fei looked up. When the terrifying lightning bombarded his body, it directly disappeared into the void. It was difficult to get within 3 feet of his body. At this time, Gu-Fei was invulnerable. No matter how powerful the lightning bombarded from the ancient formation platform was, it couldn't do anything to Gu-Fei. Lei Ao. At this time, the old man of the Fire Rock clan was surprised and happy. Without thinking, he directly turned into a fire rock and soared into the sky filled with lightning. He wanted to escape. Humph, Gu-Fei sneered. Then he extended his hand and captured the fire rock that had soared into the sky. The fire rock quickly shrank and landed in his hand. Don't kill me! In Gu-Fei's hand, the fire rock returned to its original form. The old man was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Uffed! Without any hesitation, Gu-Fei grabbed the old man in his hand and killed him, killing him in both body and soul. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as bolts of lightning that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction tore through the void. An ancient array platform had already appeared above Gu-Fei's head. You don't know what's good for you. Gu-Fei immediately punched upwards. Chaotic energy surged out from his fist and 9 Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu-Fei's punch broke through the layers of lightning and landed on the ancient formation platform. The ancient formation platform shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. The silhouette on the ancient formation platform almost fell from the platform. Preposterous! Lei Ao was shocked. Gu-Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He felt that things were not looking good. Perhaps the Thunder Clan was about to face a calamity. Boom! Gu Fei punched the ancient array platform once again, causing even more cracks to appear on the platform. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. "I'll fight you to the death." Lei Ao roared. He was decisive and activated the strongest move of the ancient formation platform. He then soared into the sky and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying far away. With a loud bang, the entire ancient formation platform exploded. The terrifying power of destruction swept across a radius of 10 miles and instantly swallowed Gu Fei. "This time you're still not dead." In the sky far away, Lei Ao stopped and turned around to look. Just as Lei Ao turned around, he was shocked. A fist enlarged rapidly in front of his eyes. Then his vision darkened and he almost fainted from the punch. Boom! Blinding lightning burst from Lei Ao's body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient thunder god. It seemed like he could control the life and death of all living things with just a wave of his hand. "You're not my opponent, no matter how strong an ant is. It's impossible to be stronger than a dragon." Gu Fei's voice rang in Lei Ao's ears. Lei Ao was in disbelief. How did Gu Fei escape from the destructive power of the ancient formation platform? The power of the ancient formation platform was so strong that even a great saint would be injured. However, Gu Fei was unharmed. Bang! At this moment, Lei Ao crushed an ancient talisman in his hand. A ball of lightning bloomed in his hand and instantly enveloped him. "You can't escape." Gu Fei's voice was heard. A huge hand tore apart the lightning that enveloped Lei Ao and grabbed him out of the ball of lightning. "I said you can't escape." Chapter 2502. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? Gu Fei held Lei Ao as he looked at the saint expert who had once controlled the Thunder Clan's ancient array platform and said indifferently, Lei Ao was both shocked and furious. However, his cultivation base was weaker than Lin Fan's and he couldn't resist at all. He could only allow Lin Fan to do whatever he wanted to him. His life or death was in the hands of Lin Fan. How should I deal with you? Gu Fei tilted his head and pondered. "Kill me or torture me, do as you wish." Lei Ao didn't beg for mercy because he knew that even if he begged for mercy from Gu Fei wouldn't let him off. He couldn't change anything. Since he couldn't change anything, he might as well die with dignity. "Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish." Gu Fei didn't waste any time and slammed his palm onto the top of Lei Ao's head. This palm caused Lei Ao's Yuan spirit to dissipate. An expert of the Thunder Clan died just like that. Roar! Someone from the Thunder Clan roared. Lei Ao was an ancestor-level existence of the Thunder Clan. But at this moment, this high and mighty ancestor was killed so easily. Gu Fei, the Thunder Clan, and you cannot exist under the same sky. Far in the sky, an expert of the Thunder Clan roared in anger from within a thundercloud. You don't have the ability, and yet you want to rebel. Since you guys are tired of living, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei turned around and stared at the thundercloud in the sky. His eyes were extremely sharp and a shocking killing intent radiated from his body. Go! The experts of the Thunder Clan in the thundercloud were shocked. They hurriedly activated the array and tried to escape. Rumble! Bolts of lightning appeared in the thundercloud. Every bolt of lightning contained a silhouette. This was the Thunder Clan's lightning escape technique. It was extremely fast. Do you think you can leave without my permission? Gu Fei's voice rang out, and a giant hand of chaos silently appeared in the sky. Then it pressed downwards, sealing off the world. What? The experts from the Thunder Clan turned pale with fright. As the chaos hand slammed down, the dazzling electric lights were immediately suppressed from the sky. The electric lights dissipated, revealing 3 figures. The cultivation bases of the 3 of you aren't even comparable to that fellow from earlier. And yet, you dare to act so impudently before me? What a joke! Gu Fei's voice didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. He was like a god of death, indifferent to the lives he was about to reap. In his eyes, these 3 experts from the Thunder Clan were already dead. Run! The 3 experts of the Thunder Clan were horrified. They quickly turned into lightning and fled in different directions. Bang! At this time, Gu Fei's chaos hand suddenly accelerated and instantly pressed down. The 3 thunderbolts immediately exploded, and the figure wrapped in the thunderbolts was smashed into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were directly destroyed. An ant trying to shake a tree. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fei retracted his chaotic hand and said calmly, Every champion of the 100 Races Alliance could not have been more shocked at the sight. That ruthless person truly lived up to his name, and he seemed to be even more ruthless than the rumors described him to be. Gu Fei's sudden appearance threw the 100 Races Alliance into disarray, especially after Gu Fei's successive powerful attacks, cutting down the experts of the Fire, Rock, and Thunder Clan. Some saw that the tide was turning and quickly retreated. Retreat. Many clan leaders of the 100 Races Alliance promptly made up their minds and led their clansmen away, withdrawing from the Alliance's formation. Gu Fei did not stop them. There was no need to wipe out every powerful race in the 100 Races Alliance. But while the death penalty could be spared, the punishment that must be meted out was unavoidable. As for the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan, who were the leaders of the 100 Races Alliance, they must not be spared. With Gu Fei's thunderous attack, the so-called 100 Races Alliance crumbled at once. The 12 killing formations operated in a frenzy, harvesting the lives of those who could not escape in time. Steel blood, that was a satisfying battle. Let's fight again next time. That was when the saint who was battling the steel blood Taoist turned and left after forcing him to retreat, instantly disappearing into the distance. The steel blood Taoist wanted to give chase, but his opponent was simply too fast, vanishing into the night in no time at all. Do you want me to help you capture that person? Gu Fei's voice rang in the steel blood Taoist's mind. No need. That person is mine. There was a glint in the steel blood Taoist's eyes, and a powerful will to fight emanated from his body. That was a fine opponent. Very well. Gu Fei could not help nodding. The steel blood Taoist was ambitious. By then the outcome had been decided. The 12 bandits and the other elites had pursued the steel blood Taoist for thousands of miles before stopping and retreating to the ancestral grounds of the demons. The 1,000-mile pursuit left countless corpses of the 100 Races Alliance, and every major race had suffered a great blow. They had thought that they had the steel blood Taoist in the bag, but they were now caught in a counterattack. Moreover, the person who could do so was none other than Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had not appeared in 100 years, shocked the entire Starfall continent when he reappeared. It's a great calamity. The leader of a powerful race was both shocked and enraged, and then took his anger out on the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. Those 2 races were such bastards that they had tricked everyone. That vicious person won't let it go just like that. After the leader of a powerful race fled back to the ancestral grounds, he immediately set up a backup plan, activating the teleportation formation in the ancestral grounds and sending away the elite disciples of his race. It was not just one race that did that. The other races were doing the same, and all of them were making preparations in the face of genocide. Those people are too naive. Gu Fei, who had returned to the ancestral grounds of the demons, sat at the head of the assembly hall and muttered to himself. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble was heard at the border between the Starfall continent and the God-Down Sea. A ball of divine light suddenly exploded in the dark night. Countless severed limbs fell from the divine light. What's going on? A furious roar was heard from the ancestral grounds of a powerful race on the Starfall continent. That race had just sent away a group of elite disciples, but the soul tablets that those elites had stored in the ancestral grounds had all shattered. The shattering of the soul tablets meant that those elites were all dead. Boom! Another loud rumble was heard at the border between the Starfall continent and the God-Down Sea, and yet another ball of divine light had exploded in the night without any warning. The void was shattered in the divine light, and countless severed limbs fell from the sky. Roar! A furious roar was heard from the ancestral grounds of a powerful race on the Starfall continent. The elites of that race had all died, and the leader of that race found it hard to accept. He had wanted to send the elites of his race away to prevent them from dying at the hands of Gu Fei. Chapter 2503. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Furious roars rang out from the ancestral grounds of many large clans. Those clans that wanted to teleport their clansmen out of the falling star continent had all failed. Those who were teleported out had all died. "How is this possible?" someone roared. This was truly unimaginable. One must know that the falling star continent was different from the clear moon continent and the purple sun continent. The falling star continent was incomparably vast, and was the largest of the 3 continents in the outer seas. Evidently, someone had sealed up the entire falling star continent. There was only one person in the entire falling star continent who had such means, and that person was Gu Fei. Someone had already guessed this. Although the 100 Races Alliance had been defeated and suffered great losses, the ancestral grounds of the large clans were still there. This was the foundation of the large clans. As long as their ancestral grounds were not destroyed, the clan would not be considered to have been annihilated. However, those large clans that wanted to teleport their clansmen out of the falling star continent had lost a batch of their most outstanding clansmen and suffered great losses once again. He actually sealed up the entire falling star continent. What should we do? Within the ancestral grounds of the Thunder Clan, the Thunder Clan leader was restless. The Thunder Clan was the main force of the rebellion this time around, and they were the leaders. If Gu Fei wanted to settle the score, they would be the first to be dealt with. Clan leader, it's time for that person to show himself. Otherwise, our clan will be annihilated. A middle-aged man wearing silver battle armor said anxiously. Gu Fei's methods were way too unimaginable. To think that he would actually seal up the entire falling star continent. Clearly, he had no intentions of letting off the traitors. Who do you want to show himself? The Thunder Clan leader's body radiated with lightning, as if the ancestor of lightning had descended. An incomparably powerful aura of the divine Tao emanated from his body, and lightning flashed in his eyes. Could it be? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. He had vaguely guessed something. From the start to the end, that person has never revealed his true identity before us. We've been used by someone else. The Thunder Clan patriarch sighed and said, "This," the silver-armored middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Although he knew the identity of that person, the other party was very careful and did not leave behind any evidence. That person had screwed over all the powerful races of the Starfall continent. Now that Gu Fei has even sealed up the entire Starfall continent, it looks like our clan won't be able to avoid this calamity. The Thunder Race's clan master said. His expression was a little gloomy. There was a high possibility that the Thunder Race would vanish into thin air in his hands. Everything seemed to have been caused by him. At the same time, the Fire Rock Race's ancestral ground was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. The Fire Rock Race's clan leader was filled with regret. He had underestimated Gu Fei's strength. This Gu Fei had actually sealed up the entire Starfall continent. This was simply the rhythm of exterminating everyone. Patriarch, are we just going to wait for death like this? An old man said to the leader of the Fire Rock Race. Then do you have a way to escape from the falling star continent? The clan leader of the Fire Rock Race glanced at the old man with despair in his eyes. When the old man heard this, he immediately stopped talking. At this moment, the entire Starfall continent, all the powerful races that had participated in the rebellion were panicking. Everyone was restless as they did not know what kind of revenge Gu Fei was going to take. However, after a night had passed, there was no movement from the demon clan's ancestral ground. Gu Fei did not do anything. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, those who knew Gu Fei's temperament were still very uneasy. In the demon clan's ancestral ground, Gu Fei and Yen had left all the aftermath matters to the Iron Blood Taoist, while he and Yen entered the mountain and river cauldron to cultivate in seclusion. After cultivating their hearts for 100 years, Gu Fei and Yen had gained a lot. If it were not for the rebellion of the 100 races, they would have gone into seclusion long ago. After resolving the crisis of the 100 races' rebellion, Gu Fei and Yen entered the mountain and river cauldron directly. In the depths of the demon clan's ancestral ground, in a forbidden area, an ancient cauldron floated in the void, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. The supreme saint weapon was extremely powerful and could isolate the power of heaven's wrath. Controlling such a supreme saint weapon would allow one to be unafraid of the power of heaven's wrath. However, the god within the mountain and river cauldron did not help Gu Fei and Yen for free. In order to obtain it, one had to pay a certain price. This was the way of balance. Gu Fei had paid a huge price to invite the god within the mountain and river cauldron. The god of the mountain and river cauldron had taken more than half of the origin essence of the quasi-supreme sea beast that Gu Fei had killed. The quasi-supreme sea beast was the existence closest to the supremes in this world. Its origin essence was extremely powerful and was of great use to the god of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. It was a vast expanse around him. He could neither see the sky nor the ground. It was like an infinite space. At this time, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by Tao light. His body emitted bursts of Tao sound, as if a supreme Tao Lord was chanting sutras. 9 chaos Tao patterns loomed on his body. An incomparably powerful Saint Emperor's aura spread out from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. Although his state of mind was close to the realm of great sage, great mastery, his cultivation had not broken through yet. At this time, the aura on his body was changing. He surpassed the Saint Emperor and stepped into the half-step Great Sage realm. Then he broke through from the half-step Great Sage realm to the Great Sage realm. Gu Fei's cultivation continued to improve like a hot knife through butter. There was a rumbling sound of thunder in the sky of the demon clan. In just half a day, Gu Fei triggered the heaven's retribution. The pressure of the great sage heaven's retribution made the creatures on the entire falling stars continent tremble in fear. His state of mind had reached the required level, but his cultivation was suppressed. Now, there was no need to suppress his cultivation anymore. The aura on his body was completely released. Not only did he trigger the great sage heaven's retribution, but he also attracted the power of heaven's retribution. I see. At this time, those terrified, powerful clans finally knew why Gu Fei did not immediately settle the score with them. It turned out that he was preparing to cross the heavens' retribution. This guy is really nature-defying. An old voice came from the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan. A desperate sigh also came from the ancestral land of the Fire Rock Clan. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more desperate those rebellious, powerful clans were. No one wanted to see Gu Fei successfully cross the heavens' retribution. It was best if Gu Fei's body and soul were destroyed under the heavens' retribution. However, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron of the extreme Tao. It was unlikely that he would die under the heavens' retribution. Boom! A loud sound rang from the outer region of the falling stars continent. Some powerful clans began to attack the huge seal that enveloped the entire falling stars continent. Chapter 2504. The tribulation of the great saint descended. Blinding bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above the entire starfall continent. Tribulation clouds covered the entire sky, and an extremely terrifying aura of destruction descended. Everyone trembled. This aura of destruction was too terrifying. Even some of the ancient saints on the Starfall continent felt their hearts palpitate and they could not sit still. Rumble! Thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky. The world was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. The higher one's cultivation was, the more intense the feeling was. On the contrary, the mortals without any cultivation could not feel anything. The change in the sky of the Starfall continent in the eyes of mortals was just a sign that a storm was about to arrive. At this time, the powerful clans that participated in the rebellion on the Starfall continent thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They hurriedly used the resources of their clans, wanting to break the seal on the Starfall continent and escape. One has to know that once Gu Fei successfully passed the tribulation, his next step would be to deal with the powerful clans that dared to rebel against him. At that time, there would definitely be a bloodbath on the Starfall continent, especially the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. These two powerful clans led the rebellion, and their fates were destined to be miserable. As long as there was a chance of survival, they would not let it go. The Thunder Clan came out in full force, collecting all the important things of the clan. Under the leadership of the Thunder Clan leader, they left the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan. At the same time, the Fire Rock Clan also made a big move. The clan leader of the Fire Rock Clan took the ancestral weapon of the Fire Rock Clan and left the ancestral land of the Fire Rock Clan. At this time, inside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei was facing a great test. The tribulation of the great saint was not so easy to deal with. A whirlpool appeared in the sky above the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei's aura spread out from the whirlpool. Boom! With a loud bang, a blinding bolt of lightning shot down from the depths of the sky. It landed directly in the mountain and river cauldron and struck Gu Fei's body. So comfortable. Come on. Gu Fei abruptly raised his head and looked up. Countless electric sparks were swimming around his body, crackling and popping. His body shook, and the lightning that was swimming around his body was immediately dispersed, dissipating into the void. Gu Fei's provocative words seemed to have really angered the heavens. An even more powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed directly on his body. Under the bombardment of the destructive thunder and lightning, Gu Fei's clothes instantly turned into flying ash, and his whole body was enveloped by countless lightning bolts. His body still shook slightly, and the lightning that enveloped his body immediately dissipated, unable to harm him at all. The primal chaos indestructible martial body was extremely powerful, and even heavenly lightning could not injure it. Bolts of lightning filled with the aura of destruction continued to descend from the sky, blasting towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei continued to sit cross-legged in the sky, not moving at all. He allowed the lightning to strike him. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be stunned. No one dared to go through the tribulation like Gu Fei did. It was important to know that the tribulation was extremely powerful, and people avoided it as much as they could. Who would dare to let the lightning directly strike them? At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power of heavenly punishment had finally descended. There was no doubt that the power of heavenly punishment was powerful. In the face of the power of heavenly punishment, existences below the level of supreme martial artist and Ren Huang had no power to resist at all. However, when the power of heavenly punishment descended, the mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi emerged above the mountain and river cauldron, and a powerful force directly blocked the power of heavenly punishment. This was the method of the god within the mountain and river cauldron. The god within the mountain and river cauldron promised to block the power of heavenly punishment for Gu Fei, but he placed the power of heavenly punishment into the mountain and river cauldron. 9 major tribulations descended from the sky, each stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. However, Gu Fei still sat cross-legged in the sky without moving, allowing the tribulation to strike him. He was guiding the power of the great sage Tribulation to refine his martial body. Within Gu Fei's body, the power of chaotic origin was fusing with the power of immortal divinity obtained from the immortal god ancestor. Specks of golden light melted into his power of origin. The immortal chaotic martial body was transforming into an immortal martial body. At the last moment of Gu Fei's tribulation, a few figures descended from the sky. They were not real people or living creatures, but virtual shadows evolved from the imprints of the great path left in the world by the predecessors. The real battle broke out, and 9 figures descended. These were the imprints left by the predecessors. Although they could not be compared to those who had successfully passed the tribulations and become great sages, they were still very powerful and terrifying. After more than 2 hours, the battle ended. The 9 figures were all killed by Gu Fei, turned into 9 imprints, and returned to the world. After the fierce battle, the immortal divinity in Gu Fei's body truly fused with Gu Fei's power of martial arts origin, and then became inseparable. The immortal divinity's substance spread to Gu Fei's whole body. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body could be called immortal. The powerful and abnormal body allowed Gu Fei to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation of the great sage. The moment the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, a shocking aura appeared between the heaven and the earth. Great sage. At the instant that aura appeared, a black-clothed middle-aged man who sat cross-legged on a large rock on a mountain peak in the vast moon region suddenly opened his eyes. He has actually grown to this level. In the Ziyang continent, in front of the Golden Crow Palace, a middle-aged man in a purple robe suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the Falling Stars continent, his eyes flashing. Humph, great sage. That guy is simply a monster. On an island in the Fallen God Sea, a person who looked like a child was fishing next to a lake. When he sensed the mighty aura of the great sage, the child could not help but be moved. The peaceful days were about to become a thing of the past. This is the power of the great sage. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the world inside the mountain river cauldron, could not help but feel surprised and happy when he sensed the seemingly endless power of origin in his body. Gu Fei's state of mind was already there. What he lacked was the cultivation that complemented the state of mind. After passing the great sage tribulation, he was shocked to find that his cultivation had broken through to the realm of great sage, great mastery. He was only half a step away from the holy master. At this time, Gu Fei thought that he could defeat all the powerhouses of the same level. Even if it was the existence of the holy master, he would not be without the power to fight back. Although Gu Fei succeeded in passing the tribulation, he did not come out immediately. At this time, Yen also triggered the heavens' tribulation. The terrifying power of heaven and earth once again descended on the Falling Stars continent, causing all the powerful creatures to tremble as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 2505. Yen-Er's tribulation was more daunting than dangerous. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron was very reliable this time, and nothing unexpected happened during Yen-Er's tribulation. The Sacred King tribulation lasted for a long time, a full 24 hours. During these 24 hours, all living beings on the Starfall continent were terrified. I didn't think that the little girl would undergo her tribulation too. Far away in the Golden Crow Palace on the Purple Sun continent, Heavenly Emperor Xiang was very surprised. He had already guessed why Gu Fei and Yen had suddenly disappeared over the past 100 years. Entering the secular world to cultivate is also a path that can increase one's cultivation and realm. Heavenly Emperor Xiang sighed and didn't say anything else. Although Gu Fei had returned, Heavenly Emperor Xiang did not head to the Starfall continent right away. He had already received the news that the entire Starfall continent had been sealed by Gu Fei. At this time, no one could enter the Starfall continent, and, of course, no one could leave the continent either. Heavenly Emperor Xiang had long known about the 100 Races Alliance's rebellion, but he did not say anything. It was none of his business, and he was unmoved even when someone came to ask him to come out of seclusion. No one knew better than him whether Gu Fei was dead or alive. It was obvious that someone had purposely spread the news of Gu Fei's death overseas with the goal of throwing the 3 continents into chaos. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang knew very well that, as long as Gu Fei was still alive, the 100 Races Alliance on the Starfall continent would not be able to do anything. The terrifying Sacred King tribulation passed, and the terrifying might that filled the world gradually dissipated. On this day, all the cultivators on the soaring dragon ancestral planet were indescribably shocked. There was actually someone who dared to undergo the tribulation when the power of heavenly retribution was still present. Was that not courting death? However, the tribulation lasted for a full 24 hours. Some people guessed that the person undergoing the tribulation had probably successfully passed it. Even some Empyrean saints were shocked. After all, Empyrean saints had lived for countless years, and they knew that there were some places on the soaring dragon ancestral planet where even the power of heavenly retribution could not descend. In a place like this, it was theoretically possible to avoid the heavenly wrath and successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this kind of place was very dangerous in itself. It was a famous dangerous place. No one dared to rashly enter. There were some dangerous places that could even devour saints. There seemed to be such a dangerous place overseas. No one expected that the place where Gu Fei and Yen were undergoing their tribulations was actually inside an ancient cauldron. Since ancient times, only an extreme saint tool like the mountain and river cauldron, which contained the void of the world, could allow people to undergo tribulations without worrying about the power of heaven's wrath. After the Great Tribulation, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the entire falling star continent began to dissipate, and the power of divine retribution also retreated deep into the sky. Only then did the countless living beings on the falling star continent breathe a sigh of relief. The sky was high and the air was cool. A divine sun hung high up in the sky and sprinkled down endless divine splendor. In the ancestral land of the demon race on the Starfall continent, in order to celebrate Gu Fei and Yen Er's success in overcoming their tribulations, Crimson Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others had started preparing early in the morning. The ancestral land was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely lively. Even the unaging demon child, who had not shown himself for a long time, appeared in the ancestral land of the demon race. The powerful clans of the falling star continent had all sent gifts. These fellows had previously attacked the ancestral land of the demon race with the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. Today, however, they had sent rare treasures to curry favor with Gu Fei. These fence-sitters are really thick-skinned. Crimson Dragon said angrily, although he said that he still accepted the treasures from the powerful clans. One should know that these rare treasures were good stuff. Senior brother, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? Yao Yu frowned when she saw Crimson Dragon accept the rare treasures from the powerful clans. Haha, junior sister, why would it be inappropriate? It would be a waste not to accept them. Are we going to return these things to those fence-sitters? Crimson Dragon said disapprovingly, That's true. Yao Yu smiled and said, Senior brother, are you going to give me half of these things? You little girl. Crimson Dragon was a little helpless. He took out half of the rare treasures and gave them to Yao Yu. He was extremely jealous of them. It should be mentioned that the powerful clans that wanted to curry favor with Gu Fei had always sent him the best items. Any one of these items was rare in the world. Thank you, senior brother. Yao Yu put away the rare divine treasures and left with a smile on her face. Crimson Dragon shook his head when he saw Yao Yu happily leaving like a little girl. He then turned around and headed back to his master's place. In a quiet forest deep inside the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei and Yen were holding hands on a small path in the woods. They were walking slowly, neither of them speaking. At this point in time, words were already unnecessary for them. I wonder where our daughter is now. Yen broke the silence between the two. Are you worried about her? Gu Fei said with a smile. No. Yen said. Then why are you? Gu Fei was a little surprised. I just miss her all of a sudden. Yen said. Gu Ling was her daughter that she had been pregnant with for 10 months. Thus, she naturally loved her dearly. As a mother, Yen would always miss her daughter when she was out adventuring alone. Do you want me to ask someone to bring our little princess back? Gu Fei's gaze toward Yen became even gentler. There's no need for that. How can our little princess become a true expert without going through some training? Yen was well aware that a flower in a greenhouse would never amount to much. That's true. Gu Fei nodded. They did not speak further. They held hands and strolled in the woods, enjoying the moment of peace. Crimson Dragon did not disturb Gu Fei and Yen. He waited outside the woods. Compared to the woods, hearty laughter could be heard coming from other places in the demon race's ancestral land. The Iron-Blood Taoist was greeting the experts who had come to congratulate Gu Fei and Yen on their success. Heaven Monarch Ziyang of the Purple Sun Continent was here too. He had to come since Gu Fei had succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. Supremacy South Heaven of the Clear Moon Continent had also come from the Clear Moon Continent. It was rare for the 3 martial highnesses to meet each other in the past 100 years. It had never happened for the 3 martial highnesses to show up at the same time. The arrival of the 3 martial highnesses shocked everyone. It seemed like Gu Fei was quite influential. Normally, it was difficult to even meet one of the 3 martial highnesses. Gu Fei and Yen preferred peace and quiet. Thus, they did not want to attend such banquets. The Iron-Blood Taoist was in charge of greeting the guests. Unaging Demon Child, Supremacy South Heaven, and Heaven Monarch Ziyang. My master wants to see you. Chapter 2506. Red Dragon had no respect for the 3 sacred venerables. The 3 of them had lived for countless years, yet they had still been defeated by his master. This guy. Everyone was shocked when they heard Red Dragon call the 3 sacred venerables by their names. A true dragon that was not even a sacred dragon dared to do this. Even if his master was Gu Fei, it was still a bit too much. Although the others were shocked, the 3 sacred venerables were very calm and did not show any dissatisfaction, as if they already knew why Gu Fei had summoned them. The unaging demon child and the others walked out and followed Red Dragon, leaving the place. After Red Dragon and the 3 sacred venerables left, the place immediately became noisy. Everyone whispered to one another, trying to guess why Gu Fei had summoned the unaging demon child and the others. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu and the others wore unsightly expressions. They had vaguely guessed why Gu Fei had summoned the unaging demon child and the others. It was impossible for the 3 sacred venerables to be completely unaware of the rebellion in the Falling Stars continent. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the beast race, in a quiet forest, 2 people were sitting inside a pavilion. One was a young man in a black robe, while the other was a fairy in a white robe. Black and white contrasted beautifully with each other. At that moment, a tall man in a crimson robe walked toward the pavilion along a path in the forest. 3 people followed behind him. Among the 3, one was wearing a purple robe and was shrouded in an immortal aura, as if he was Emperor Xian who had descended from the 9 heavens. It was obvious that his identity was extraordinary at a glance. As for the other person, it was a child around 7 or 8 years old. This child wore a longevity lock around his neck. It was as if he had walked out of a painting. The last person was shrouded in a divine light. A halo could be vaguely seen behind his head, and a faint moan of the great Tao could be heard coming from his body. These 3 people were the 3 sacred venerables of the ocean, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the unaging demon child, and Supremacy, South Heaven. These 3 holy sovereigns represented the 3 strongest orthodoxies in the outer sea. Celestial Darch Ziyang was the successor of the Tao ancestor, a true immortal sovereign. As for the unold demon child, he was the holy venerate of the demon clan. He ruled the demon clans of the demon clan and was recognized as the demon lord of the demon clan. Compared to the demon lord of the tongue-long continent, the unold demon child was more powerful and terrifying. On the other hand, the South Heaven Divine Highness represented the God Path. The God Path had always been mysterious, thus not many successors of the God Path were active in the world. Qi Long brought the 3 Saint Venerables to the pavilion, and then he stopped next to it. The 3 Saint Venerables walked directly into the pavilion and stood in front of Gu Fei and Yen Er. The 3 of them were still calm. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the unold demon child and the other 2 behaving like this. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Gu Fei calmly glanced at the unold demon child and the others and said, "I'm truly sorry. I've been traveling the divine Fall Sea for the past 100 years. I had no idea that something like this had happened." The unold demon child said calmly. Many people knew that he had been traveling, but he was not afraid that Gu Fei would investigate it. The South Heaven Divine Highness and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang exchanged glances with one another. This unold demon child was quite cunning. He had completely distanced himself from the matter with a single sentence. "What about you two?" Gu Fei glanced at the South Heaven Divine Highness and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. The South Heaven Divine Highness pondered for a moment and said, "Since the situation of the 3 great continents was settled, I've returned to the Clear Moon continent and cultivated in seclusion. I have no idea what's happening in the outside world." "Me too. I've sensed that a great change is about to happen, so I've chosen to cultivate in seclusion too." Heavenly Monarch Ziyang added, For experts like you, 100 years is nothing. It's just a snap of the fingers. If that's the case, you should all leave." Gu Fei said after a slight hesitation. "What?" Outside the pavilion, Red Dragon was surprised after hearing Gu Fei's words. Did his master just let the 3 old fogies go so easily? Yes. A strange look flashed across the eyes of the 3 Saint Masters at the same time. They bowed to Gu Fei and left the pavilion. Then they turned around and walked along the forest path, leaving the forest. The woods were extraordinary. The trees here were the rare fiery phoenix trees. The trees were red in color, and their leaves looked like fiery phoenixes soaring in the sky. "Master, this." The Red Dragon was puzzled. He walked into the pavilion. Why did his master let the 3 of them go? It was impossible for the 3 of them to not know that the powerful tribes of the Falling Stars continent were about to rebel. It's not a bad thing to pretend to be clueless about some things. Gu Fei told Red Dragon. He knew that the 3 sacred venerables were definitely lying through their teeth, but he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. The 3 of them were still very useful to him. Moreover, their fates were in his hands, and there was no way they could escape his grasp. However, Red Dragon wanted to say that he didn't have a good impression of the 3 old fogies. If not for Gu Fei's timely return, he would have become a prisoner of the 100 Races Alliance. All right, this matter is settled. There's no need for you to say anything else. I have my own plans. Gu Fei interrupted Red Dragon. Yes, Red Dragon had no choice but to accept the reality. You can leave too, Gu Fei told Red Dragon. Yes, master. The Red Dragon hurriedly bowed towards Gu Fei, then retreated from the pavilion and left the Fire Phoenix Forest. The banquet outside continued, but the main character of the day didn't appear at the banquet. This made all the guests feel a little disappointed, although they were disappointed that they couldn't see Gu Fei and Yen Er. They didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, things were different now. Gu Fei's domineering return had changed the entire Falling Stars continent and even the 3 other continents. The Falling Stars continent had suffered the greatest impact. After several days of celebration, Gu Fei began to make his move. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan couldn't break the seal that enveloped the entire Falling Stars continent. Only a few special transportation formations in the ancestral grounds of the demon race could be used to enter and exit the continent. The transportation formations in the ancestral grounds of the demon race were special passageways that connected directly to the other two continents. Chapter 2507. The moon was high up in the sky. The ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan was extremely quiet. It was pitch black and there was no light at all. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the sky above the ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan. It was as if the figure had appeared out of thin air without any signs. Even the great formation protecting the ancestral ground has been removed. The black-clothed man muttered to himself. He could not sense any aura of experts here. It was not that there were no people in the ancestral ground of the Thunder Clan, but those who remained were all old, weak women and children. After a moment of silence, the black-clothed man's figure directly disappeared into the void. Soon, the black-clothed man reappeared in the sky above the ancestral ground of the Fire Rock Clan. However, the situation of the Fire Rock Clan was the same as the Thunder Clan. There were only a few old, weak women and children left in the ancestral ground of the Fire Rock Clan. All the experts and treasures of the clan had disappeared. Good fella, he even used this move against me. The black-clothed man was a little angry. This person was Gu Fei. He planned to personally exterminate the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan. But it seemed that things were not as simple as he had imagined. However, the people of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan would definitely not be able to escape from the Falling Stars continent. Gu Fei was very confident about this. The great formation that enveloped the entire Falling Stars continent could not be broken even by a Saint Venerable, let alone the fact that the Fire Rock Clan and the Thunder Clan did not have a Saint Venerable. Even if the Fire Rock Clan and the Thunder Clan had a very deep foundation and might have extremely powerful saint weapons, when Gu Fei laid down the Great Formation, he used a supreme saint weapon to suppress the formation core. With such a supreme divine weapon to suppress the formation core, even someone as strong as the Unold Demon Child would find it difficult to break the Great Formation with the Black Tortoise Seal. They want to break up and escape the crisis of extermination. Gu Fei smiled. This seemed to be the best method that the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan could use at the moment. It should be known that the Falling Stars continent was the largest continent among the three great continents. The Falling Stars continent was incomparably vast. If the people of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan wanted to hide, it would not be an easy task to exterminate these two clans. If that's the case, then I'll leave the task to the other powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent. Gu Fei immediately thought of an idea. Then he returned to the ancestral grounds of the Demon Clan and told the Iron Blood Taoist to send a decree to the various clans of the Starfall continent. The entire Falling Star continent's cultivation world went into an uproar as soon as the decree was issued. All the powerful clans who were trembling in fear of Gu Fei's revenge were pleasantly surprised. After that, all the powerful clans began to move. They hunted down the members of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan all over the world. In just a short period of time, a storm of blood swept through the Starfall continent. In order to avoid being exterminated by Gu Fei, all the powerful clans were pursuing the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan with all their might. Only the fresh blood of the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan could be exchanged for Gu Fei's pardon. Master's move is truly brilliant. In the ancestral land of the demon race, Red Dragon, Yao Yu and the Iron Blood Taoist sat together, drinking and chatting. There were only some ordinary dishes on the table before them. At their level of cultivation, eating was just a way to satisfy their cravings. Those two clans are simply too despicable. They brought this upon themselves. Yao Yu said, It's just like that famous saying, if you don't court death, you won't die. The Iron-Blood Taoist suddenly sighed. The Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan were definitely the most powerful clans in the Falling Stars continent after the Rock Clan. It would be a pity if he couldn't make use of such power. Well said. Who said that? Qi Long nodded. That's a wise saying. It's been around since ancient times. I wonder who said it. Iron-Blood Taoist said. Really? Red Dragon said. While the three were having a small gathering, Gu Fei and Yen decided on an important matter. In a pavilion on a spiritual peak in the ancestral land of the demon race, Gu Fei stood in front of the window and gazed at the bright moon in the sky. He knew it was time for him to return. Yen stood behind Gu Fei and looked at her husband without saying anything. Gu Fei was like a wanderer who wandered the world. No matter where he went, he would return to the Tanglong continent in the end because that was his homeland. In the following days, Gu Fei prepared to return to his homeland. While Gu Fei was preparing to return to his homeland, the reconstruction of the Violet Spirit Cave had also reached its final stage in another area of the Falling Stars continent. Guling was still in seclusion. The place where she was cultivating was completely enveloped by the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth. The spiritual qi there could even be seen with the naked eye. The awakening of the sage bloodline had caused Guling's cultivation to increase greatly. However, as her cultivation soared, her state of mind could not keep up. Guling spent most of her time in seclusion to improve her state of mind. Once her state of mind had stabilized, she began to break through to the Almighty Realm. No one knew when Guling would come out of seclusion. Naturally, no one knew the relationship between Guling and Gu Fei. In fact, even Qi Long, Yao Yu, and the other personal disciples of Gu Fei did not know that they had a junior sister, let alone the others. Half a month later, in the Falling Stars continent, an ancient formation platform in the ancestral land of the demon race was finally repaired. This was a formation platform that could travel to and from the Tanglong continent. In the distant past, the experts of the Falling Stars continent could travel to the Tanglong continent through the formation platform. Some of the great sects of the Tanglong continent could also travel to the Falling Stars continent through the formation platform. However, ever since the great changes of the ancient times, the Tanglong continent and the three great continents had been cut off. At this time, the god in the mountain and river cauldron was completely asleep. Even Gu Fei could not wake up the god in the mountain and river cauldron. Without this super antique repairing the formation platform, Gu Fei always felt uneasy. This was a one-way formation platform. No one knew where it would be transported to in the Tanglong continent. Once it was transported out, it was possible that it would not be able to return. This was not what Gu Fei wanted. He knew very well that once he left the Falling Stars continent, the situation in the Falling Stars continent that had just been stabilized would be broken. The unaging demon child and the other two fellows could not be counted on. Gu Fei knew that among these three fellows, there was a high possibility that one of them was the mastermind behind this rebellion. Otherwise, why would the Thunder Clan and the Fire Rock Clan dare to rebel? It was obvious that these two clans were supported by someone. What should I do? Gu Fei was troubled. He gathered his subordinates in the conference hall of the demon clan's ancestral ground for a discussion. Master, what's so difficult about this? Don't you have two incarnations? Just let one of them go on your behalf. Zhuge Liang waved his folding fan and suggested to Gu Fei, "Not bad, master. This method is feasible." Red Dragon stood up and said. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was not a secret that Gu Fei had two incarnations. Many people knew about it. The indestructible battle avatar and the immortal sovereign Tao body were both Gu Fei's incarnations. The immortal sovereign Tao body was even more extraordinary. It had an independent mind that ordinary incarnations did not have. It seems like this is the only way. In the end, Gu Fei had no choice but to accept this method. The next morning, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of the formation platform. With a flash of divine light, a figure walked out from his body. It was a black-robed young man who looked no different from Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. He did not use the immortal sovereign Tao body. One should know that the immortal sovereign Tao body was like Gu Fei's second life. He could not afford to lose it. However, the indestructible battle physique was different. Even if it was destroyed, Gu Fei would only lose a strand of his divine sense. Swoosh! The figure of the indestructible battle physique appeared on the ancient formation platform. Then, the runes on the ancient formation platform began to light up. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth gathered from all directions and entered the platform. Buzz! The void trembled as a portal opened above the platform. Behind the portal, there was only darkness. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique ascended into the sky and walked into the portal. Then the portal closed and disappeared into the void. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This ancient teleportation platform could actually transform into a void gate. Could it be a void domain gate from ancient times? Then the crowd in front of the ancient formation platform dispersed. Gu Fei also returned to the fiery phoenix forest in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race to accompany Yen Er. A few hours later, above a mountain in the Tonglong continent, the void suddenly rippled like water. Then a portal completely formed by runes appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the tightly shut door opened, and a figure walked out from the open door. It was a black-robed young man. This young man was not extremely handsome, but it was not hard to see. Especially this young man. He had a resolute temperament. "I'm finally back!" The black-robed young man looked at the sky and said. At this moment, the portal behind the black-robed young man disappeared in the void. The trembling void also gradually calmed down. This person was the indestructible battle physique of Gu Fei, who was sent to the Tonglong continent by the ancient teleportation array from the Falling Stars continent. To a certain extent, this person was also Gu Fei. In the next moment, a strong wave of divine sense spread out from Gu Fei's body and instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he disappeared into the void. The Xianfeng sect was only a small sect in the extreme north of the Tonglong continent. However, on this day, a small group of demons came to the Xianfeng mountain. A great battle broke out. However, very soon, the small group of demons killed their way into the Xianfeng sect. The cultivators of the Xianfeng sect were either killed or injured. It seemed that they could not resist the demons. Chapter 2508. Although the Black Wind sect was only a small sect, it still had a celestial immortal patriarch standing guard over it. However, the leader of the small group of demons who had suddenly attacked the Black Wind sect was a demon who could fight against a celestial immortal. Kill! Within the Black Wind sect, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The celestial immortal patriarch was engaged in a fierce battle against the demon. Immortal light and demonic energy clashed violently against each other, and the two powerful forces smashed apart half a mountain. Immortals and demons were fighting, and the explosive power of the two experts shattered the mountain ridges and sank the earth. The destructive power was incomparably terrifying. Haha, be good and accept your death. Come, no need to struggle. The demon, whose entire body was covered with demonic energy, laughed loudly. Powerful demonic energy condensed into an enormous demonic hand, which grabbed towards the celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect. The one who should die is you. The celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect let out a furious roar. One immortal rune after another appeared on his body, blocking the attack of the demonic energy. Rumble. The celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect waved his hands, causing beams of swordlight to shoot up into the sky, destroying the demonic hand that was descending from the heavens. Nothing more than a deathbed struggle. The demon's cold voice rang out once more. The demon's left hand was gripping a devil pearl, and one soul after another was gathering towards it from every direction, entering it. Soul-devouring pearl, the celestial immortal patriarch was enraged. He knew very well that anyone whose soul was devoured by the soul-devouring pearl would be doomed eternally. In the end, their souls would be completely destroyed. Every time the demons killed someone, a soul would be devoured by the soul-devouring pearl in the hands of the leading demon. In less than an hour, the soul-devouring pearl had devoured hundreds of souls. The souls of cultivators were far more powerful than the souls of ordinary mortals. Even if they died, their souls wouldn't easily dissipate into the world. The demons collected the souls of cultivators for the sake of increasing their cultivation base and strength. The more powerful the soul, the more valuable it was to the demons. "Give me your soul, and I can leave your corpse intact." The demon's arrogant voice rang out. He already had victory in his hands. It was not difficult to destroy the Profound Wind sect this time. The soul of a sky immortal old ancestor was comparable to the souls of countless ordinary cultivators. Preposterous! The celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect was enraged. Naturally, he would not give up his soul. No one would do such a thing, especially not an undying celestial immortal. Theoretically speaking, celestial immortals generally wouldn't die so easily, as they possessed nearly endless lifespans. However, this was only relative. Celestial immortals could still be killed. Even sages could die, much less celestial immortals. Divine immortal light exploded forth as the celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind Gate unleashed a savage immortal energy that dispersed the surrounding demonic energy as he charged towards the fiend. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two silhouettes quickly separated from each other. A powerful shockwave swept out, and the last pavilion in the Profound Wind sect exploded. Not bad. Looks like I'll have to get a bit more serious. The fiend laughed. The more powerful this celestial immortal was, the more delicious his soul would be, and the more soul force it would contain. Devouring a soul like this would definitely be a form of enjoyment. Swish! As the fiend spoke, he spat out a demonic saber which chopped towards the celestial immortal patriarch. Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the saber, emanating a terrifying demonic aura. This was a powerful wave of demonic energy which tore through the void and instantly arrived before the celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect. The terrifying saber energy completely enveloped the celestial immortal patriarch. What? The celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind School was shocked. With but a thought, a golden beam of light shot out from his body, striking towards the devilish saber that was chopping down towards him. Clang! The celestial sword and the saber collided, and the golden celestial sword was knocked flying by the saber. The golden celestial light dissipated as it wailed. Swish! The saber flashed, and the celestial immortal patriarch's right arm was instantly chopped off. Grr! The celestial immortal patriarch let out a furious roar as he flew backwards, wanting to dodge the incoming saber. However, the saber was incredibly fast, and it immediately caught up to the celestial immortal patriarch, who had been sent flying backwards. What? The celestial immortal patriarch was completely shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Haha! When the fiend saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. That incomparably delicious soul was about to become his own. However, just as the fiend thought that the celestial immortal patriarch of the Black Wind sect was about to die to his own saber, a giant hand suddenly reached down from the heavens, grabbing the saber. Everyone was stunned by this sight. The fiend suddenly raised his head to stare at the sky, only to see a black-robed youth staring coldly down at him. The youth's right hand was currently gripping his own saber. Crunch! The black-robed youth exerted some force with his right hand, causing the saber in his hand to instantly shatter apart. The demonic runes branded within the saber immediately dissipated. Ugh! The body of the fiend trembled violently when the saber was crushed. He spat out a mouthful of demonic blood, and his face became incomparably pale. The destruction of the demonic artifact he had refined was a huge blow to the fiend. A powerful demonic artifact had actually been crushed by this black-robed youth with his bare hands. When the fiend saw this, he immediately turned and fled. This black-robed youth who had suddenly appeared was simply too powerful. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, the fiend immediately fled, not hesitating at all. "Humph!" The black-clothed young man in the sky sneered and directly stretched out his hand, immediately grabbing the demon like he was grabbing a chick. "Don't kill me!" The fiend was scared out of his wits. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this black-robed youth would be this powerful. In front of this black-robed youth, he was less than an ant. This black-robed youth was none other than Gu Fei, who had just returned to the Tongue-Long continent from the Falling Stars continent. To be precise, this was Gu Fei's indestructible combat body. This indestructible combat body was actually equivalent to Gu Fei's personal presence. Because a strand of Gu Fei's divine sense had entered this indestructible combat body, all the actions of this indestructible combat body came from Gu Fei's heart. In the eyes of Gu Fei, this little fiend was not even a small shrimp. He clenched his fist and directly destroyed the fiend's body and soul. At this time, the celestial immortal old ancestor of the Xianfeng sect was already stunned. A fiend who had almost killed him actually died just like that. "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving me." Chapter 2509. The Xianfeng sect was located between the extreme north demon region and the Central Plains. This was a very troublesome place because the demons in the extreme north demon region were gradually becoming restless. Just like this time, if Gu Fei hadn't encountered the Xianfeng sect, it would have been annihilated by a small group of demons. Gu Fei learned about the current situation in the northern part of the Tongue-Long continent from the celestial immortal ancestor of the Xianfeng sect. The extreme north demon region and the Central Plains were no longer separated. Some powerful demons in the extreme north demon region had opened up a few passageways between the extreme north demon region and the Central Plains. This allowed the demons of the extreme north demon region to invade the Central Plains through these passageways. The abyss of immortals and demons was between the extreme north demon region and the Central Plains. It was very difficult for the demons to invade the Central Plains without opening up other passageways. However, it was different now. The demons in the extreme north demon region were becoming more and more restless. Of course, the power of heaven's wrath still existed in this world. Those peerless demons in the extreme north demon region didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. However, incidents like the Xianfeng sect happened from time to time. Demons would often enter the border between the extreme north demon region and the Central Plains through the passageways to kill human cultivators and collect their divine souls. As the power of heaven's wrath gradually weakened, the peerless expert who suppressed the entire extreme north demon region by himself seemed to be unable to do as he wished. On a mountain peak 1,000 li away from the Xianfeng sect, Gu Fei stood on the peak and looked towards the direction of the abyss of immortals and demons. He saw that in that direction immortal light and demonic qi were sometimes soaring into the sky. The abyss of immortals and demons still existed. It was a dangerous place in the Tongue-Long continent, whether it was an immortal or a demon. As long as they entered this dangerous place, their cultivation would be suppressed. Their cultivation would be reduced to that of a mortal. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain peak. In the next moment, he appeared 1,000 li away. He saw an ancient bridge extending from the sky above the abyss into the immortal light and demonic light. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see through the rising immortal light and demonic qi. This place is extraordinary. Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at the abyss in front of him. At this time, it was already late at night. The mountain wind blew, making whooshing sounds from time to time. In the silence of the night, such a sound would make one's hair stand on end. The abyss of immortals and demons itself was an ominous place. Returning to this old place, Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the time when he and his martial uncle Dan Chenzi had joined forces to fight the devil Chu Ge. Back then, he and his martial uncle had been chased by Chu Ge in the extreme North Devil region, and they had narrowly escaped from the extreme North Devil region. After so many years, it was unknown how powerful Chu Ge's cultivation had become. And Yen Er's Pill Cauldron Paradise is nearby. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The northern part of the Tanglong continent was under the rule of an ancient empire, the Yen Kingdom. The Yen Kingdom's territory and the Northern Devil region were only separated by the abyss of immortals and devils. The Yen Kingdom had built many cities in the northern lands. Gu Fei knew that there was a northern mountain city near the abyss of immortals and demons. However, at this time, he couldn't sense any human population within a radius of several thousand li. From time to time, some devils from the extreme North Devil region would come out to hunt human cultivators, causing panic in the nearby areas. Those who could leave had already left this bitter and cold land. Only a few cultivation sects were still holding on. It must be known that the northern lands was the gateway for the demons from the extreme North Devil region to enter the Central Plains. Those powerful sects in the Central Plains would send their experts to the northern lands to hold the fort. However, no one knew when the devils from the extreme North Devil region would come out to kill them. Just like this time with the Profound Wind sect, the experts from the big sects in the Central Plains wouldn't be able to rescue them in time. Perhaps by the time they arrived, the Profound Wind sect would have already been exterminated by the demons. Gu Fei didn't sense the gathering place of the human race, but he sensed that there was an obscure and powerful aura coming from a mountain ridge 1,000 li away. Ignoring that person, Gu Fei headed straight for the Pill Cauldron's Paradise. This was Yen Er's sect. The master of the Pill Cauldron's Paradise was Yen Er. This was because Yen Er was the only one left in the Pill Cauldron's Paradise. The Pill Cauldron's Paradise was hidden within a spirit formation. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, the spirit formation that enveloped the entire Pill Cauldron's Paradise was nothing. Arriving at the forest outside the Pill Cauldron's Paradise, Gu Fei recalled the time when he was plotted against by the Dongfang family and was struck by the 9 nether blackbone arrow. Back then, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. If Yen hadn't stepped in to save him, there probably wouldn't be the Gu Fei of today. Gu Fei would never forget Yen Er's life-saving grace. Back then, Yen had stuffed him into the medicine cauldron and refined him like a spiritual medicine. At the thought of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Then, Gu Fei walked in the air. With one step, he passed through the spirit formation outside the Pill Cauldron's Paradise and entered the Pill Cauldron's Paradise. Revisiting an old place, Gu Fei didn't feel sad nor happy. The spiritual qi still lingered around the paradise. It wasn't deserted because of Yen Er's departure. On the contrary, the spiritual medicine in the medicinal field was growing vigorously. A few of them were even breathing in and out the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth on their own. Back then, he had stayed here for a period of time. This place was empty. It was as if no one had discovered this paradise during this period of time. Looks like I'll have to rearrange it. Gu Fei knew that it wouldn't be long before the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. At that time, the sage would come out. In the eyes of the sage, no matter how well this paradise was hidden, it would still be discovered. Therefore, Gu Fei set up another killing formation outside the spirit formation of the Pill Cauldron's Paradise. This way, even the sage wouldn't dare to have any ideas about this paradise. After setting up the killing formation, the sky was already bright. It was already the morning of the second day. Gu Fei didn't stay in the Pill Cauldron's Paradise for long. After setting up the killing formation, he left the Pill Cauldron's Paradise and once again came to the abyss of immortals and demons. The immortal light and demonic qi here, even during the day, were still vast and mighty. However, this kind of immortal light and demonic qi was extremely chaotic and not suitable for refining. Gu Fei descended from the sky and looked at the ancient stone bridge in front of him. After pondering for a while, he walked onto the stone bridge. At this moment, on a short mountain beside the stone bridge, a Taoist in green sat with his eyes closed on a large rock. The moment Gu Fei stepped onto the stone bridge, the Taoist opened his eyes. Chapter 2510. The abyss of immortals and demons was truly strange and frightening. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei's cultivation was suppressed the moment he stepped onto the ancient stone bridge. There was an unimaginably powerful force that locked down the void. It seemed to be able to suppress any powerful creature, even a heavenly Venerable. Of course, Gu Fei's real body was still in the meteor falling continent. However, even with this indestructible battle physique, his battle prowess was definitely above the sage level. What kind of force is this to be able to suppress even a sage? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked when he stepped onto the ancient stone bridge. Immortal light and devil qi were vast and mighty outside the stone bridge. The extremely chaotic aura seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Who is that person? He actually dares to walk onto that bridge. At this time, on a short hill next to the ancient stone bridge, an azure-robed Taoist was extremely shocked. He was the guardian of the stone bridge. His job was to prevent demons from entering Yan country's territory through the stone bridge. The azure-robed Taoist had been guarding this place for many years, but he had never seen anyone who dared to walk onto the stone bridge. This was because the secret force of the abyss of immortals and demons was very evil. Walking onto the stone bridge would suppress one's cultivation. Even someone as powerful as a sage was no exception. The azure-robed Taoist didn't say anything to stop him. He already knew who this black-robed youth was. He had rushed over to the Xianfeng sect after the incident and found out what happened from the celestial immortal ancestor. A person who could easily kill an immortal-level demon must have some background. Perhaps he was an expert from one of the ancient powers. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the ancient stone bridge. Does he want to enter the demon domain? The azure-robed Taoist's eyes flickered. The demons were becoming more and more restless. However, there were also experts from the human race who entered the demon domain to hunt down the demons. However, there was no one like this black-robed youth who directly walked across the stone bridge. One must know that anyone's cultivation would be completely suppressed on the stone bridge. Even those who possessed secret treasures and forbidden artifacts were the same. There had never been an exception. Gu Fei was fearless as he continued forward. This indestructible battle body of his contained an undying divinity. Unless a paragon acted, no one would be able to destroy this battle body. Along the way, Gu Fei discovered that the wide surface of the stone bridge was covered with marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. He even saw many bones scattered on the bridge. Some of the bones were sparkling like jade and still had divinity. It was clear that they were the bones of immortals who had fallen. Gu Fei wasn't surprised. It had to be known that in his battle with Chu Go, many people had died on this ancient stone bridge. Naturally, no one would bother to collect their corpses. Gu Fei was the only one walking on the bridge. Not many humans and demons had the courage to walk on such an ancient bridge. The feeling of having their cultivation suppressed was not a good one. Shua! Gu Fei suddenly sped up. Taking a step forward, he instantly covered a distance of several hundred meters. Even though his indestructible war physique's cultivation base had been suppressed, the power of his indestructible war physique was still incomparably formidable. The strength of this indestructible war physique was definitely not below a martial physique of the Saint Realm. Gu Fei moved rapidly on the stone bridge like a phantom. His speed was extremely fast. This was the power of the indestructible war physique itself. Very soon, he saw the opposite side of the stone bridge. There was a towering demonic aura there. The The demons had built an impregnable pass there, and there were powerhouses of the demons guarding the pass. What is that? Just when Gu Fei was only a few miles away from the other side of the abyss, a black-armored demon dweller suddenly screamed on that impregnable pass. A person, a human, is approaching this place. At this moment, another demon dweller cried out. The entire impregnable pass, filled with demonic aura, immediately became a bit chaotic. There was actually a human who wanted to cross the ancient stone bridge into the demon domain. How many years has it been? I didn't think that there would be another human who dares to take this path. A tall figure surrounded by demonic aura appeared on the walls of the impregnable pass. This demon dweller's body emitted an incomparably powerful demonic aura. At this moment, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the impregnable pass. He stopped on the stone bridge. The walls of the impregnable pass were hundreds of feet high and were built with a kind of pitch-black stone. This stone was not an ordinary stone. There was a faint demonic aura lingering on it. This was a special kind of demonic stone in the northern demon domain. It was called the Black Demonic Stone. In the northern demon domain, some important demon cities were built with this kind of demonic stone. This kind of demonic stone contained a demonic aura. Although this demonic aura was very weak, it could prevent the demonic runes branded on it from dissipating. Release the arrows. The demon dweller on top of the wall gave an order. Immediately, beams of demonic light shot out from the arrow towers on both sides of the wall. Each beam of demonic light contained a demonic arrow that emitted a powerful demonic aura. Humph! Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the demonic arrows shooting towards him. He stood there motionlessly, watching as the demonic arrows came within 10 feet of him before they all fell to the ground. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The instant the demonic arrows entered the range of the ancient stone bridge, their demonic light dissipated and they turned into ordinary metal, falling onto the bridge. The immortal devil abyss forbids all innate techniques and techniques. The demon dweller on top of the wall couldn't help but frown. If he wanted to kill the human on the bridge, he would have to cross the ancient stone bridge. Since the human dared to take this path, he definitely had something up his sleeves. Someone go and bring his head back. The demon cultivator on top of the city wall pointed at Gu Fei, who was on the opposite ancient bridge. He did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. I'll go. A golden-haired youth walked out from behind the demon dweller. This youth had a pair of blood-red eyes, but other than his pupils, the rest of his eyes were golden. Very good. Jean Kuen, show us the methods of the 6th demonic palace. The demon dweller said. Jean Kuen came from one of the strongest powers in the extreme north demon region. Be it in the past or present, the 6th demonic palace was one of the strongest powers in the extreme north demon region. I'll be right back. The demon dweller from the 6th demonic palace, Jean Kuen, was extremely arrogant. He leaped down from the top of the wall. Bam! When he landed on the ground beneath him crumbled. Jean Kuen's demonic body is extremely tough. Seems like he's already cultivated the Vajra demonic body. The black-armored demon on the top of the city wall said. Behind the demon dweller in black armor stood many other demon dwellers. These demon dwellers were from the various powers in the extreme north demon region. This impregnable pass was jointly managed by the various powers in the extreme north demon region. Human, prepare to die obediently. Chapter 2511. You're a demonic being from the 6 Paths Demon Palace. Looking at the golden-haired demonic being who was walking over, Gu Fei squinted his eyes. From the slits of his eyes, a glint could be seen. The 6 Paths Demon Palace was definitely no stranger to him. Back then, the 6 Paths Demon Lord had once hunted down Gu Fei. That peerless demonic saber, the Sky Demon Saber, was the ultimate treasure of the 6 Paths Demon Palace. At this moment, the moment Gu Fei heard the name of the 6 Paths Demon Palace once more, He recalled the scene of Chu-gu wielding the sky demon's saber and chasing after him. Back then, Chu-gu was chased away by Dan Qinzi and the other powerful beings. Even till this day, Lin Fan did not know if this powerful being was still alive or not. One had to know that the fights between the various demons of the extreme North Demon region were extremely intense. Even though Chu-gu was the first son of the Six Paths Demon Lord, there was still the risk of him falling. Humph. A puny human like you dares to speak of the Six Paths Demon Palace? The golden-haired demonic being, Jin Kuin, looked at Gu Fei as though he was looking at a dead man and remarked coldly, "TSK, who the hell are you? Does your master know that you're so cocky?" Gu Fei looked at Jin Kuin in disdain. "You!" A sharp glint flashed across Jin Kuin's blood-colored eyes when he heard this. A wave of chilling killing intent immediately emerged from his body. Humph. Even the first son of the Six Paths Demon Lord, Chu-gu, wouldn't be as cocky as you in front of me. Gu Fei replied in disdain. "What? You know my senior brother?" The moment Jin Kuin heard this, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. To think that this human would know his big senior brother, and not only that, he wasn't killed by his big senior brother. How could that be? At the thought of this, Jin Kuin's forehead was already filled with a thin layer of sweat. "Since you're someone from the Six Paths Demon Palace, that's perfect then." Gu Fei did not say anything more as he walked forth. Even though he looked like a mortal without any powerful aura emanating from his body, Jin Kuin could not help but stumble back a step. Damn it! Jin Kuin held out. At this moment, he was actually feeling fear, and the source of his fear was none other than this human before him. To think that he would be scared stiff by a puny little human, he found it hard to accept this reality. Shua! Jin Kuin was both shocked and angry at the same time. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the approaching Gu Fei. His 5 fingers were like hooks, directly grabbing at Gu Fei's head. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed Jin Kuin's right hand. Then he closed his fingers and squeezed hard. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Jin Kuin's hand. The devils on the walls were all startled. They were very clear on Jin Kuin's strength. Jin Kuin cultivated the diamond devil body of the devil race, and his devil body was incomparably powerful. But now Jin Kuin, who was famous for his powerful demonic body, had his hand crushed by someone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a thing had happened. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei had already swung the Jin Kuin wheel and slammed it down on the surface of the ancient stone bridge. This single smash was extremely powerful. Even someone as strong as Jin Kuin had to spit out blood. His demonic body was not light at all, and the bones in his entire arm were shattered. How could this be? Jin Kuin could not accept this reality. To think that he would be defeated so thoroughly. To think that he would be captured by the other party in a single exchange. To think that he wouldn't even be able to retaliate at all. Weren't you really cocky? Gu Fei chuckled out as he looked at this powerful being from the Six Paths Demon Palace lying beneath his feet. He had a feeling of satisfaction as though his hatred had been vented. Back then he was being hunted down by Chu-gu and nearly died. Right now he was taking revenge with all his might. Cough, cough! Jin Kuin coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as his face turned extremely pale. He wanted to stand up. However, Gu Fei stomped down on his chest so hard that he could barely breathe, let alone stand up. "Do you dare to come out and fight me?" Jin Kuin was indignant. To be defeated in the hands of a human like this had him feeling extremely aggrieved. One had to know that he couldn't even use his demonic skills on the ancient stone bridge. If he could leave the ancient stone bridge and fight outside, he might have a chance to defeat this fella. "Haha, all right. I'll let you die in peace then." As he spoke, Gu Fei directly grabbed Jin Kuin from the ground and strode down the ancient stone bridge. He then threw Jean Kuan towards the top of the city wall. Jean Kuan had no choice but to throw himself towards the group of demonic beings on the city walls. Damn it! On top of the city wall, the black-armored demon was both shocked and furious. He hurriedly stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Jean Kuan, who was flying towards him. A powerful demonic force immediately surged out from his hand. However, the force of Jean Kuan's attack did not weaken in the slightest. What? The black-armored demonic being could not help but be taken aback. Hurriedly, he turned into a shadow and dodged to the side. Now that this demonic being had dodged, the group of demonic beings behind him were in for it. The dozen of them wanted to dodge Jean Kuan's attack as well, but it was too late. Jean Kuan smashed right into the group of demonic beings. Cries of shock and pain rang out. The dozen of demonic beings were sent flying by the force of Jean Kuan's attack. Some of the weaker demonic beings even spat out a mouthful of blood, having received a huge impact. Roar! Only at this moment did Jean Kuan let out a roar. A terrifying demonic aura burst forth from his body. It was as though an ancient demonic beast had awakened within his body. After sending the group of demonic beings flying, Jean Kuan's cultivation base had finally recovered. His entire body soared into the sky as a torrential demonic aura surged out from his body. Damned human! Sounds of bones cracking could be heard from Jean Kuan's body. His body was undergoing a transformation right now. His shattered bones were starting to repair themselves, and the finger bones that were crushed by Gu Fei were regenerating at a rapid pace. A ball of black, demonic light with specks of gold shone out from his body as his aura continued to rise. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the city walls. Gu Fei's figure had appeared there. You shouldn't have allowed me to recover my cultivation base. Jean Kuan was like a peerless demon that had just been born. The demonic aura from his body was earth-shattering. His voice was extremely cold as he glared down at Gu Fei with a pair of bloodshot eyes. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. I can squash you to death with a single wave of my hand. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at Jean Kuan in the sky as he said these words calmly. You! The moment Jean Kuan heard these words, he was enraged. However, at the same time, he felt his heart palpitate. Could this human be so strong that it was unimaginable to him? Chapter 2512. In the extreme North Demon region, a black sun seemed to have appeared in the sky above the abyss of immortals and demons. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from the black demonic light and shook the surroundings. As the personal disciple of the demon lord of six paths, Jean Kuan's cultivation was extremely powerful. Black and gold demonic marks appeared on his body. Kill! Without any hesitation, Jean Kuan's aura rose to its peak and he made his move. The demon sun floating above the city wall pressed down on the figure below the city wall. Rumble! The entire city wall shook. All the demons in the city wall were shocked to the extreme. They scrambled to escape the city wall. At this moment, even the demons wearing demonic armor had retreated far away. The other demons had already escaped the city wall. So powerful. This human is going to be out of luck, someone muttered. Jean Kuan's strength was undeniable. There were no weaklings under the demon lord of six paths. In the past 1,000 years, the demon lord of six paths had already become a saint among demons. Some great demons even said that the demon lord of six paths was just the incarnation of a terrifying demon ancestor from the outer domain in the human world. In fact, the fact that the extreme North Demon region could exist for so many years was enough to prove the problem. There was a reason why it could exist until now. It was just that the reason was not known to outsiders. The demon palace of six paths was a demonic force that had always existed in the extreme North Demon region. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was standing on the city wall, raised his head and looked at the demon sun that was descending from the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. How dare you look down on me? Go to hell. Jean Kuin's enraged roar came from the demon sun, and a terrifying demonic power came crashing down from the sky, shaking the city walls made of black demon stones. On the black demon stone, demonic runes were constantly appearing, triggering a powerful demonic force that stabilized the crumbling city tower. This city gate was not simple. It was definitely built by an expert among the demons. Some of the demons had set up a demonic formation in the city gate. It would not be easy to destroy this city gate. Bang! On top of the city wall, Gu Fei merely stomped his foot, and the entire city wall collapsed. The strength of his stomp was unimaginably strong. Even the black demon stone couldn't withstand the force of Gu Fei's stomp. The black demon stone shattered, and the demonic patterns on it dissipated. What? Far in the distance, all the powerful beings of the demons who were watching this scene were shocked to the extreme. To think that this human would be this strong. At the same time, Gu Fei soared into the sky with the force of this stomp, directly charging towards the demon sun that was emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that was suppressing down from the sky. This, from afar, Gu Fei looked just like a moth that was flying towards a black fireball. It was as though he was digging his own grave. However, only Jean Kuin, who was facing Gu Fei directly, could tell that this moth wouldn't die even if it were to fly into the true, godly sun in the sky. Boom! With a single punch, Gu Fei shattered the devil sun that Jean Kuin had conjured. The immense force penetrated through Jean Kuin's body, and a malevolent demonic shadow was sent flying out of Jean Kuin's body. Wah! Jean Kuin cried out tragically as he was sent flying into the skies, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. He was in disbelief. To think that the other party could destroy the Vajra demon body of the demons that he had painstakingly cultivated with a single punch, this was an outcome that he could not accept. However, Jean Kuin had no choice but to accept this reality. Sure, all Jean Kuin could see was a figure flashing before his eyes. To think that the human that he had viewed as an ant would appear right before him. That faint smile on the other party's face was the scariest smile in the entire world to Jean Kuin. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei extended his right hand and gripped the top of Jean Kuin's head with his fingers. He then channeled one of the 9 secrets of the immortal's way, body snatch, and read through Jean Kuin's memories. The demon lord of the 6 paths and Chu Go are both still alive. Now that Gu Fei knew what he wanted to know, he exerted some force with his right hand, and Jean Kuin's head exploded into a mist of blood. Jean Kuin's soul did not manage to escape, and he died in the hands of Gu Fei. To think that you would kill the personal disciple of the demon lord of the 6 paths! Up in the skies, the armored, powerful being of the demons was shocked to see that this human had killed Jean Kuin. After all, Jean Kuin was someone from the demon palace of the 6 paths. The demon palace of the 6 paths had existed for countless of years, and their foundations were extremely deep. All the major forces of the extreme North Demon region were extremely wary of them, and would not dare to offend them easily. So what if I've killed him? So what? Gu Fei spun around furiously and looked at the powerful being of the demons in the skies. This powerful being of the demons was even stronger than Jean Kuin. He was an existence that was half a step into the saint state. But of course, an existence as such was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. Sure, looking at how Gu Fei was looking at him, the powerful being of the demons could not help but be taken aback. Turning around, he turned into a streak of demonic light and tried to escape. Humph! Gu Fei scoffed coldly as he stretched out his hand once more. Instantly, a gigantic golden palm appeared between the heaven and earth, encompassing the entire world within it. It was as though the entire world was under the control of Gu Fei. That demonic light descended from the skies immediately. When the demonic light dissipated, the figure of the powerful being of the demons appeared once more. Bang! The gigantic golden palm pressed down, causing the void to tremble. That powerful being of the demons did not even have the chance to scream before his body and soul were destroyed by the gigantic golden palm unleashed by Gu Fei. In the eyes of Gu Fei, a demonic being that was as strong as a half-saint was merely an ant. Run! Seeing how powerful and ferocious Gu Fei was, the other powerful beings of the demons immediately scattered in all directions to escape. Shoo! Immediately, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a streak of golden sword light towards those escaping powerful beings of the demons. As the golden sword light flashed, powerful beings of the demons fell from the skies one after another. In just a few breaths, those powerful beings of the demons were all killed by the golden sword light that Gu Fei had spat out. Not a single demon could escape. After killing all the powerful beings of the demons, Gu Fei slapped out with his palm, destroying the city gate that was constructed by the demons. All the demons that had not managed to escape in time were killed instantly. Gu Fei went on a killing spree. He had no mercy for the demons. One should know that the demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings. Showing mercy to the enemy was equivalent to being cruel to oneself. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths is still here. Chu Gu is still alive. Very good. Gu Fei stood in the skies and looked towards the depths of the North Demon region. Under the dark skies, no one knew how many demons were hiding. After that, Gu Fei pushed forward. He was very confident in the combat strength of this indestructible war body. Bang! In front of a demon city, a demon shadow was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by a huge golden hand. The strongest being of this demon city died in the hands of a human just like that. On this day, the North Demon region was shaken. All the forces of the demons were in an uproar. All the forces of the demons had received the news that a human was going on a killing spree in the demon region. Not long after, in another demon city, a huge golden hand descended from the sky, capturing all the demon experts in the demon city. Not a single one of them was spared, and all of them were directly obliterated by the huge golden hand. Gu Fei was hunting. He walked in the North Demon region. Everywhere he went, the powerful demons were killed, leaving only some weak demons. The weak demons couldn't cause any trouble. However, the powerful demons were different. Once these demons rushed out of the North Demon region, it would be a disaster for all the creatures in the Tonglong continent. Hong Yu City was one of the 7 ancient demon cities in the North Demon region. In the past, Gu Fei came to Hong Yu City and fought with people endlessly. Although this ancient demon city had experienced countless years, it still stood tall in the North Demon region. No one could destroy this ancient demon city. Before nightfall, a black-robed young man arrived outside the ancient demon city. That savage of the human race is here. An expert of the demon race noticed Gu Fei outside the Scarlet Moon City and shouted, "What? That fierce human dares to come here? Is he tired of living?" Some of the devil race experts were shocked beyond belief. The ferocious aura of the fierce human had already spread throughout the North Demon region. The demons in Hong Yu City couldn't sit still when they heard the arrival of the fierce human. At this moment, the tower of Hong Yu City was filled with troops of demon soldiers. A few powerful demon auras came out from the tower. The demons guarding the city were on high alert. Some powerful demon generals personally went up to the top of the city wall. I wonder if the city lord of Hong Yu City is still Meng Lang. Gu Fei stood outside Hong Yu City. He recalled many things. He had once fought with Zhao Mu, an expert of the demon Dao, here and defeated him in the end. It was also here that he witnessed the demonic aura of the city lord of Hong Yu City and the third son of the demon monarch of 6 Paths for the first time. As the city lord of Hong Yu City, Meng Lang was naturally not afraid of the demon monarch of 6 Paths. However, the strength of the 7 luminaries' demon son had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although the 7 luminaries' demon son was powerful, he was still killed by the son of the great demon Venerate. Gu Fei found out about this from Jean Kuen's memories. He couldn't help but sigh. Even someone as powerful as the 7 luminaries demon sun had fallen in the fierce battle in the North Demon region. From this, it could be seen how fierce the battle between the various demon clans in the extreme Northern Demon region was. Who are you? Chapter 25:13. Crimson Moon City was different from ordinary demon cities. This was an ancient demon city that had existed since ancient times. Some people guessed that beneath these ancient cities, there might be unimaginable great demons suppressed. At this time, the sky was dark, but Crimson Moon City was brightly lit. Powerful demon cultivators were constantly rushing towards the city gates. The news of the human race's vicious slaughter in the extreme Northern Demon region had already spread far and wide. Many demonic path powerhouses wanted to see this great human calamity. They wanted to see whether or not this great human calamity had 3 heads and 6 arms and dared to slaughter his way to Crimson Moon City. Is that Mang Lang still alive? Call him out to welcome me. Gu Fei stood in front of the gates of Crimson Moon City and shouted to the demon general on top of the city gate tower. What? Everyone on top of the city gate tower was shocked to the extreme when they heard this. Mang Lang was the city lord of Crimson Moon City. In the entire Northern Demon region, only a few people dared to call him by his name. In the past 1,000 years, Mang Lang's cultivation had been soaring. During the appearance of the chaotic world, this demon cultivator had successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation of the demon saint, becoming the only demon cultivator in Crimson Moon City to become a demon saint since ancient times. This great demon of the human race is truly savage. An expert of the devil Tao said, "You're courting death." The demon general on top of the city gate tower roared angrily. He leapt up from the tower and pounced towards Gu Fei in front of the city gate. Like a demon eagle pouncing on its prey, the demon general's pounce was fast, ruthless, and accurate. A pair of sharp claws directly clawed at Gu Fei's head. You overestimate yourself. Gu Fei didn't care about this demon general at all. He waved his right hand, and a golden sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, cleaving the demon general in half. He casually struck out a sword light and killed the demon general. When the demon cultivators gathered on top of the city gate tower saw this, they were instantly shocked. As the saying goes, only a fierce dragon would cross the river. This great demon of the human race dared to kill his way into the Northern Demon region. He must have some ability. Is there anyone in the Red Moon City who dares to come out and fight? Gu Fei's gaze swept across the group of demonic path experts on the city gate tower. None of the demonic path experts dared to look him in the eye. They hurriedly avoided his gaze. It's you. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from the city gate tower. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man looking at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Yes, Gu Fei felt that this middle-aged man seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. However, he was unable to recall where he had seen him before. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly stretched out his hand and tore off his clothes. On his right chest there was a bull-sized scar. It's you, Zhao Mu. Seeing the scar on the middle-aged man's right chest, Gu Fei finally remembered who this middle-aged man was. It was Zhao Mu, a descendant of an aristocratic family in the Crimson Moon City. Back then, Gu Fei had fought with this Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's right chest was pierced by Gu Fei's sword, and he had nearly died to his own sword aura. Who are you? Zhao Mu asked agitatedly. Back then, he had tasted the aura of death. It was still fresh in his memory, and he dared not forget it. However, Zhao Mu had never expected that after 1,000 years, he would still be able to meet the person who had pierced his right chest with a sword. Back then, after he had recovered from his injuries, he began to track down the person who had severely injured him. Soon, he found the people from the Haotian merchant group. After asking around, no one knew the origin of this person. Chu Tian from the Haotian merchant group had also left the far north demon region. At that time, the far north demon region was almost completely isolated from the outside world. It was impossible for Zhao Mu to leave the far north demon region and enter the central plains to look for Chu Tian. Gu Fei's sword back then had become a shadow in Zhao Mu's heart that was difficult to erase. The existence of this shadow had greatly affected his cultivation. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and Zhao Mu had only cultivated to the peak of the almighty realm. He was not even a half-saint. You don't seem to be qualified to know who I am now. Gu Fei looked at Zhao Mu and shook his head. Back then he was a cultivation genius in the Red Moon City. Unexpectedly he had fallen to such a state. He did not dare to have any emotions. Zhao Mu was enraged when he heard this. However, he immediately came to his senses. Just now, Yi Fuqian had casually struck out a sword light that could kill a guard in the Red Moon City. Such a cultivation was indeed much higher than his. One should know that the Red Moon City was different from the ordinary demon city. The demon generals in the Red Moon City were extremely powerful. Every demon general had at least the cultivation of a half-saint. Where is the great catastrophe of the human clan? Just as Zhao Mu was in a state of shock and anger, a loud shout came from within the Crimson Moon City. Then a figure rushed up the city gate tower like a phantom. That is, at the moment that person rushed up the tower, the group of demon clan experts on the tower immediately retreated in all directions, not daring to approach this person. It's Xiong Tu, the mad demon, someone exclaimed. The person who was called Crazy Demon was a middle-aged man with fluffy hair and a scarlet gourd in his hand. He was sloppy from head to toe. It's really this lunatic. Many people recognized this middle-aged man. Where is the great catastrophe of the human clan? I'm going to put him into the gourd to brew wine. Let's see how fierce he can be then. This crazy demon Xiong Tu said drunkenly, "The great catastrophe of the human clan is in front of the city gate." Someone reminded Crazy Demon, "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Crazy Demon scolded. At the same time, he pulled out the stopper of the scarlet gourd in his hand and pointed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Fei. "Great catastrophe of the human clan, come in." Crazy Demon said and slapped the bottom of the scarlet gourd with his right hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void shook, and the mouth of the scarlet gourd immediately produced an extremely powerful devouring force. Gu Fei did not dodge and allowed the devouring force from the scarlet gourd to envelop him. He immediately leaped up and flew towards the scarlet gourd. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body rapidly shrunk and was sucked into the scarlet gourd. Humph! What great catastrophe of the human clan! Just so. Crazy Demon said in disdain and then stuffed the scarlet gourd in his hand. Seeing the scene, all the demon clan experts were dumbfounded. This great catastrophe of the human clan was sucked into the gourd by Crazy Demon so easily. This was something that no one had expected. However, at the next moment, Crazy Demon lost his composure. The gourd in his hand vibrated violently and almost flew out of his hand. What's going on? Crazy Demon was extremely shocked. He was well aware of the power of his gourd. Any powerful living being that was sucked into the gourd would only end up dead. Chapter 25:14. The scarlet gourd in the insane demon's hand vibrated violently. Crimson demonic patterns emerged on the scarlet gourd and interweaved into a demonic diagram. Preposterous! At this moment, the insane demon could no longer remain calm. He directly sat cross-legged on the Void City Tower and then activated his demonic technique in an attempt to suppress the powerful force that erupted from the scarlet gourd. Crimson demonic light emerged on the insane demon's body, and a powerful demonic force erupted. Crimson demonic patterns rushed out of the insane demon's hands and were imprinted on the scarlet gourd. This method of directly using demonic patterns to suppress the enemy was already the strongest technique that the insane demon could use. The Crimson Tao patterns triggered a powerful demonic force that suppressed the interior of the scarlet gourd. The scarlet gourd that was suspended in front of the insane demon gradually calmed down. The unimaginable existence in the gourd should have been completely suppressed at this time. However, just when everyone thought that the human clan savage was about to be killed by the insane demon with the gourd and felt relieved, a loud bang suddenly erupted. Boom! The scarlet gourd actually exploded and a figure rushed out. An extremely powerful aura instantly appeared in this corner of the world. You, the insane demon who was sitting cross-legged in front of the scarlet gourd, was really shocked. He only felt an irresistible force erupt and his entire body was sent flying. The mad demon smashed directly into the forest outside the Crimson Moon City's gate, and the forest immediately became a mess. What? At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. No one would have thought that such a scene would happen. The crazy demon's gourd would actually explode from someone's overexertion. Crimson, demonic patterns vanished in the void. That's all. Gu Fei's figure appeared high in the sky. He took a step forward and directly left the city wall. He appeared in the sky above the insane demon and stomped down with one foot. Rumble! Gu Fei's right leg pulsed with an incomparably powerful energy. As he stomped down, a thunderous roar immediately rang out from beneath his right leg. This was the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. With Gu Fei's current level of cultivation, he could shake the entire space with just one step. Roar! A roar came from the forest below Gu Fei, and a demonic power burst out from Mad Demon. With him as the center, all the trees within a radius of 12 miles were instantly turned into ashes, completely disappearing. Kill! Mad Demon was extremely ferocious. He directly waved his right fist and blasted upwards. Powerful demonic power spread from his fist. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot collided with Mad Demon's fist, causing a muffled sound. The void between the two shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The crazed demon stared at his right arm in disbelief. At this moment, his entire right arm was covered in countless cracks. Then his entire arm crumbled into a bloody mist under the crazed demon's own gaze. How is this possible? All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were stunned by the scene in front of them. One must know that Mad Demon was a famous great demon in the Northern Demon region. Even Mad Demon was no match for this great demon of the human clan. Just how powerful was this great demon of the human clan? Some people directly retreated. Not many people could intervene in a battle between existences like this. If one's cultivation was not high enough, being affected by the power of such existences would definitely result in death. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly displayed his strongest combat strength and took the second step. With this step, with Gu Fei as the center, the void within a radius of more than 10 miles cracked into pitch-black spatial cracks. The power displayed by the second step of the 8 kill steps was too strong. With this step of Gu Fei, the entire void became unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei's foot directly crushed Mad Demon's left hand. Bang! Gu Fei's foot stepped on Mad Demon's left shoulder. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Mad Demon's body. The bones on the left side of his body seemed to have completely shattered. Wah! Mad Demon spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably ferocious. He fell from the sky like a meteorite. The powerful impact directly smashed a large pit on the ground. Dust flew up on the ground, instantly covering Mad Demon's figure. Mad Demon actually lost. On the city wall of Red Moon City, Zhao Mu, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was really unbelievable. This person was actually strong to such a degree. Even at this time, Zhao Mu still did not know who Gu Fei was and what his background was. In that battle years ago, Gu Fei had some scruples and deliberately hid his identity. Although Zhao Mu later investigated the Haotian trading group, he did not find anything in the end. Swish! At this moment, in the dust below, a blood-colored demonic light shot up to the sky. Within the demonic light, a figure was wrapped. Mad Demon was actually running away. Mad Demon was an exception in the northern demon region. He had always been incomparably strong and extremely protective. This demon had been in the world for many years, but no one had ever heard of this demon being defeated. But now, this demon who had never been defeated was running for his life. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A golden palm appeared high up in the sky, emitting endless golden light, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The golden palm became infinitely large, covering the entire world and sealing the void. That mad demon couldn't escape at all. He was directly knocked down from the sky by the mighty power of the golden palm. Roar! I'll fight it out with you. Mad Demon was completely enraged. His entire body emitted waves of red demonic light. He was burning his life yuan qi, causing his strength to soar. The powerful aura was earth-shattering. It's still not enough. Gu Fei laughed. The golden palm that shrouded the entire world directly pressed down from the sky. No matter how crazily that mad demon attacked the golden palm, he couldn't move it in the slightest. When the golden palm landed, Mad Demon's body and soul were directly destroyed. Mad Demon was dead. He was killed by the great demon of the human race with a single slap. All the demonic experts on the city wall of Red Moon City couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This great demon of the human race truly lived up to his reputation. Who else dares to come out and fight? Chapter 25:15. Gu Fei was indeed a ferocious human to be able to intimidate a group of demons with his own strength, causing them to not dare to come out and fight. Damn it! Do you think our Crimson Moon City has no one? A demonic cultivator said unwillingly. Quick, go get the Meng clan's people. Someone turned and jumped off the city wall, quickly disappearing from Crimson Moon City. Although there were a few demonic forces in Crimson Moon City, the true ruler of the city was the Meng clan. The city lord Meng Lang was a demonic saint. In the extreme north demon region, there were not many demon saints on the surface, but the city lord of Red Moon City was one of them. Only a person of this realm-guarding ancient demon city could have a deterrent effect on the pure-blooded demons or the experts of the demon Tao. In the extreme north, pure blood demons were very rare. Most of the forces that controlled the entire area were demonic cultivators from the human race. Of course, the true rulers of the extreme north weren't the demonic cultivators, but the rarely seen pure blood demons. The Meng clan in Crimson Moon City was a human demonic clan. Those who entered the demonic path would be affected by the demonic energy in the demonic path. Those who walked on the demonic path were very murderous, competitive, and wouldn't easily yield. Who dares to cause trouble in my Crimson Moon City? Very soon, a furious roar rang out from within Hongyu City. Then a figure appeared in the dusky sky and quickly made his way towards the city gate. Swoosh! Very quickly, a figure flashed on top of the city wall. A young man in black, shrouded in demonic energy, appeared on top of the city wall. He was very fast. This person had long black and white hair. He was handsome, but he gave off an evil vibe. His eyes were sharp and fierce. Another demonic cultivator is here to die. Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the young demonic cultivator on top of the city wall. He could feel a powerful energy from this young demonic cultivator. However, the energy in this young demonic cultivator was very obscure. Only someone at the level of Gu Fei could sense it. This guy isn't simple. He has hidden himself well. Gu Fei thought. However, Those who hid well still had to die. When this young devil appeared, Gu Fei had already sentenced him to death. "You're the great calamity of the human race." When the young devil cultivator saw Gu Fei, he immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. This made his heart palpitate, and he did not dare to be careless. A great calamity of the human race. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. "I've heard that a great ferocious being of the human race had killed his way into the demon's domain, and had killed quite a number of powerful beings of the demon's path. Seems like it's you then." The young devil looked at Gu Fei, and his evil eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. "I see." Gu Fei was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he would be given such a fierce name by these people of the Devil Tao. The name Great Ominous Human Race seemed pretty good. "You're from the Meng family of Scarlet Moon City," Gu Fei said expressionlessly as he looked at the young devil cultivator on top of the city wall. "Humph, the little city lord is here. Great ominous human race. Why don't you obediently come out and accept your death?" Before the young demon expert could speak, an old servant silently appeared beside the young demon expert, pointed at Gu Fei, and said sternly, "Humph." Gu Fei's expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, a golden sword chi immediately rushed out from his hand towards the old servant. "Don't even think about it." When the young devil cultivator saw Gu Fei's sudden attack, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He hurriedly used the demon's path, and a ball of demon light rushed out from his body, blocking the golden sword chi. "Little city lord, how can I let you deal with this person, personally?" The old man directly rushed up to the sky, his hands glowing with demon light, wanting to rush towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! At this moment, the demon light shot out by the young devil cultivator was instantly split in half by the golden sword chi that Gu Fei casually shot out. Within the demon light, there were demon patterns dissipating. "What?" The old servant was shocked. "Roar!" The old servant next to the young devil cultivator roared and attacked with all his strength. A ball of terrifying demonic light burst out from his body, and within the demonic light, a demonic hand grabbed at the golden sword chi that was slashing towards him. If it was an ordinary sword chi, it would immediately dissipate after being caught by the demonic hand. Unfortunately, the sword chi that Gu Fei had unleashed was not something that an ordinary sword chi could compare to. Swoosh! The golden sword chi fell, and the pitch-black demon hand was directly destroyed by the sword chi. The invincible sword chi instantly slashed through the ball of demon light. A blood-curdling scream sounded, and the old servant's body fell from the sky. "What?" The young devil cultivator was shocked and angered. No one knew better than him the cultivation and strength of his old servant. But this old servant was killed by his opponent in a single move. "Little city lord, are you Meng Lang's son?" Gu Fei sized up the young devil cultivator and said, "That's right. My father is the city lord of Hongyu City." At the mention of his father, the young devil cultivator's face revealed a trace of arrogance. His father was a demon saint, and having a father like that was enough to make him proud. Call your father out. You're not my opponent." Gu Fei retracted his gaze. Although this young devil cultivator was strong, he did not put him in his eyes. In the entire Hongyu City, the only person who could fight against him was probably the city lord of Hongyu City, Meng Lang. "Humph! Only by defeating me will you be qualified to see my father." The young devil cultivator stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. At this time, his body emitted a powerful demon chi, releasing a shocking battle intent. "Do you really want to fight against me?" Gu Fei looked at the young devil cultivator on top of the city wall mockingly. "That's right. You killed my servant. This battle is unavoidable." The demonic look on the young devil cultivator's face became even more obvious. In the depths of his eyes, demonic marks could be seen faintly. His black and white hair fluttered without any wind. "Do you know the consequences of fighting against me?" Facing this young devil cultivator, Gu Fei was not interested in fighting. One must know that this kind of battle was meaningless to him. You dare to look down on me? The young devil cultivator was enraged. This great ferocious human actually dared to look down on him. This was unforgivable. Boom! The young devil cultivator moved his mind, and a peerlessly powerful demon, Qi, immediately erupted from his body. A black millstone rushed out from his dantian and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura that caused all living beings in the heavens and earth to tremble. The demonic millstone rotated and lines of demonic marks appeared on its surface, interweaving into a mysterious demonic diagram. Under the majestic and destructive force, it swept towards Gu Fei, a saint weapon of demons. Chapter 25:16. Haha! What great catastrophe of the human race! Go to hell! The young devil laughed arrogantly. This was the fate of those who looked down on him. The devil wheel was a demonic tool refined by a demon saint. It was extremely powerful and could kill all living beings below the saint level. In the eyes of the young devil, Gu Fei was already a dead man. One should know that the power of heaven's wrath still existed. A saint-level demonic tool was enough to suppress all experts. Even an ancient saint would have to retreat. Although this great catastrophe of the human race was powerful, he might not be able to compare to an ancient sage. This great catastrophe of the human race is dead for sure. An expert of the devil Dao said with a gloating tone, I didn't expect the little city lord to have the world-exterminating demonic wheel. This great catastrophe of the human race is going to end tragically. Some of the demonic path powerhouses saw through the origin of the grinding wheel in the sky, and were all incomparably shocked. It's not the real world exterminating demonic wheel. It's just a replica. A devil expert of the older generation said, one should know that the legendary world exterminating demonic wheel had the power to destroy the world. It was definitely not an ordinary demonic tool. Looks like the power in your body is this thing. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was still as calm as ever. There was not a trace of panic on his face. An incomparably powerful demonic aura descended from the wheel in the sky, locking the void around him. What did you say? The young devil expert was stunned. This great catastrophe of the human race was too calm. Facing the attack of a demonic tool refined by a demon saint, he did not show any signs of panic. He felt uneasy. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. He directly blasted a punch upwards. No powerful energy fluctuations could be seen coming from his body, but the demonic wheel that came crashing down from the sky started to shake. What? Seeing the scene, the young devil expert was shocked to the extreme. The devil experts on top of the city gate of the Red Moon City were also dumbfounded. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This great catastrophe of the human race is actually using his flesh and blood to fight against the demon saint weapon. All the devil experts found it hard to believe that the body of this great catastrophe of the human race was actually this powerful. This was really unimaginable. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as the world-destroying demonic will press down. Streams of demonic qi descended from above like demonic dragons. The power of destruction obliterated everything, and the void was silently annihilated. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of this kind of demonic might. He went up against the sky and punched upwards once again. This time, a powerful fist force erupted from his fist, scattering the demonic qi that fell from the demonic wheel and directly shaking the demonic saint weapon. Your physical body is actually this powerful. The young devil cultivator was truly moved. Only now did he realize that he had seriously underestimated this human race great calamity. This human race great calamity was able to sweep through the abyss of immortals and demons and directly kill his way into the devil domain. This was enough to prove his strength. In fact, no one could tell that Gu Fei wasn't a real person. The indestructible battle body wasn't a real person, but a battle tool that had been refined. Even ancient sages and ancient devils would find it difficult to see through Gu Fei, let alone ordinary devil Dao experts. "Break for me!" Gu Fei roared. At this time he no longer hid his strength. His right fist punched upwards with all his strength. The strongest force surged out from his fist, annihilating the void wherever it went. Golden Dao patterns emerged on the surface of his golden fist. Gu Fei's punch had attracted the power of the great Dao. Boom! Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war that had descended to the world. He forcefully broke through the layers of demonic power that came from the world-destroying demonic wheel and punched the world-destroying demonic wheel. Everyone was dumbfounded. This great calamity of the human race was truly too ferocious. Kacha! The demonic wheel emitted a cracking sound. Cracks spread out from the center of Gu Fei's fist that struck the world-destroying demonic wheel. The demonic patterns that appeared on the world-destroying demonic wheel immediately dimmed. Boom! In the next moment, the entire world-destroying demonic wheel collapsed with a loud bang. A ball of demonic light appeared, and within the demonic light, there were countless demonic patterns dissipating. The moment the demonic artifact shattered, an extremely powerful destructive force erupted, instantly enveloping the void within a 10-kilometer radius. The young demonic cultivator was also swept into this destructive storm. Roar! The young demonic expert roared. 9 demonic lights emerged from his body in succession. The 9 demonic forbidden weapons shattered on his body, releasing the power of 9 devil saints. The power that erupted from these 9 devil Dao forbidden weapons prevented the young devil cultivator from being instantly torn to pieces by the mighty storm of destruction. However, the 9 demonic lights soon disappeared. Without the protection of the demonic power, the young devil was directly destroyed by the destructive force. His body and soul were both destroyed. The moment the young devil master died, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock suddenly opened his eyes in a secret chamber in the depths of Red Moon City. 2 rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared, and the middle-aged man's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. How is dead? How is this possible? He has the world-destroying demonic wheel that I gave him. The middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched a few times. In the next moment, he stood up from the futon and disappeared from the secret chamber. At this moment, the entire Red Moon City was shrouded by a ball of demonic light. The destructive force wreaked havoc outside the Red Moon City, directly destroying an area. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hangyu City's Great City Protecting Formation was activated in time, blocking all the mighty destructive power, allowing the group of demonic Dao powerhouses on top of the city wall to escape. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the city wall. Who is it? Who killed my Hao-er? As soon as that person appeared, he immediately grabbed the neck of a devil Dao expert. He lifted the tall devil Dao expert up and said fiercely, "City Lord." When the other demonic experts saw the middle-aged man, they were all shocked to the extreme. It's not us. It's the human race great murderer that killed the young city lord. Someone hurriedly said, "The human race great murderer." The middle-aged man then threw the person in his hands aside and turned around to look outside the Red Moon City. The world-destroying demonic wheel that I refined has been destroyed. Chapter 25:17. Meng Lang was extremely shocked that the world-destroying demonic wheel was destroyed. One should know that the world-destroying demonic wheel was personally refined by him, and he gave it to his most beloved son. Meng Hao was the most talented and had the highest cultivation base out of all the sons of Meng Lang. He had only cultivated for 500 to 600 years, and he was already a half-devil saint. Meng Hao's cultivation speed was definitely a genius among geniuses in Red Moon City. But now that genius among geniuses in Red Moon City was killed by Gu Fei, how could Meng Lang not go crazy? "I don't care who you are. You must die for killing my son. Meng Lang roared. He could feel that his son was dead. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Not even a trace of his soul was left. Roar! Meng Lang roared and rushed out from the top of the city wall. He passed through the demonic light that enveloped the entire Red Moon City and pounced into the surging demonic chi outside. The world-destroying demonic wheel was destroyed by Gu Fei with a single punch. The power that the demonic saint weapon released in an instant was too shocking. It covered a radius of 10 miles. If it wasn't for the defensive, demonic formation of Red Moon City being strong enough, the entire Red Moon City would have been destroyed. Outside Crimson Moon City, a mountain range had been razed to the ground. The ground had sunk by more than 100 feet, and hideous cracks had appeared on the ground, extending outwards. Demonic chi was seeping out from these cracks. Kill! Meng Lang's voice came from the raging demonic chi outside the Red Moon City. A strong demonic power exploded. The terrifying demonic might made the hearts of the demonic experts on the city wall palpitate. This great calamity of the human race is dead for sure. Someone said in fear. Meng Lang's murderous nature was very strong. One should know that this was a demon saint. Even though he had sealed his cultivation base as a saint, he was still very scary. The combat strength of a saint demon body was definitely not to be underestimated. Not necessarily. This great calamity of the human race has even destroyed the world, destroying demonic wheel. Some people felt uneasy. One must know that just now, the great calamity of the human race had destroyed the world-destroying demonic wheel in front of everyone's eyes. Such battle prowess was too terrifying. At this time, the Scarlet Moon City's city lord Meng Lang had already started fighting with Gu Fei. Rumble. Boundless demonic energy surged, and a huge demonic shadow appeared between the heavens and earth. This was the phenomenon produced by Meng Lang's demonic arts circulating crazily. Who are you? Why did you kill my son? Meng Lang bellowed. At the same time, he sent a fist flying towards Gu Fei. The powerful fist energy directly smashed a huge hole in the void, wanting to punch Gu Fei into the primal chaos of the void. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Gu Fei said indifferently. You, a senior expert, actually attacked a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Meng Lang roared. Bang! At this time, Gu Fei also threw out a punch. The two fists collided in an instant, causing a muffled sound to erupt. The two figures quickly separated. Haha, you're a demonic saint, and you're telling me such things? Gu Fei found it funny. The demonic way was all about doing as one pleases, and being free to do as one pleases. One would not be bound by the rules of the world. For Meng Lang to say something like this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Damn it, I'm going to pull out your soul and suppress it in purgatory for billions of years. Meng Lang roared as he rushed back from afar. Stretching out his right hand, 5 beams of demonic light shot out from his 5 fingers, piercing towards Gu Fei. The 5 beams of demonic light clanged and instantly turned into 5 demonic spears, emitting terrifying waves of demonic energy. Gu Fei pushed out with his palm, shattering the demonic spear. He then appeared in front of Meng Lang and punched out at his head. What? Meng Lang was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to be so much stronger and scarier than he had imagined, to be able to break through his demonic arts so easily. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to hit him, Meng Lang's body suddenly blurred. Then, Gu Fei felt as if his fist had hit nothing but air. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This Meng Lang was not simple. He seemed to have comprehended the profound meaning of the Void Tao. What he had hit was just an afterimage left behind by Meng Lang. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei destroyed Meng Lang's afterimage, he only heard a rapid sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He instinctively lowered his head and saw a beam of demonic light slicing past his scalp. A few strands of hair floated down from the air. Preposterous! Gu Fei instantly moved 100 feet away. He was both shocked and angry. This Meng Lang was indeed extraordinary. He had even mastered the most difficult Tao to comprehend, the Void Tao, chaotic chaos. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the chaotic chaos secret art. As a divine light spread from his body, the space around him immediately twisted like water. At this moment, Meng Lang just happened to use a great art. He conjured a 1,000-foot-long demonic dragon and attacked Gu Fei. However, a scene that left Meng Lang in disbelief appeared in front of him. The instant the demonic dragon charged towards Meng Lang, it suddenly turned around and pounced towards him. How is this possible? Meng Lang's shock was no small matter. His opponent could actually reverse his great art. Didn't that mean that his opponent was already in an invincible position? Meng Lang had no time to think about anything else as the demonic dragon pounced at him. He hurriedly sent out another demonic dragon to meet the incoming demonic dragon. Boom! The 2 demonic dragons collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The entire world shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. What kind of great art is this? Meng Lang's heart skipped a beat. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Meng Lang only felt his vision go black, and his right eye was immediately punched. This punch made him see stars, and he almost fell from the sky. Bang! Before Meng Lang could react, he felt another pain in his left eye. He took another punch from his opponent. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Roar! Meng Lang roared crazily. Countless demonic lights rushed out from his body, turning into demonic arrows that shot out in all directions. This kind of indiscriminate attack made it impossible for Gu Fei to hide. However, Meng Lang still underestimated Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was extremely powerful. Even if the demonic arrows landed on his body, they could not hurt him at all. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei shattered the dozen demonic arrows that shot at him. He then took a step forward and appeared in front of Meng Lang, throwing a punch. Bang! Chapter 2518. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was extremely powerful and could even fight against a saint weapon. Although Meng Lang was a demon saint with a powerful saint-level demonic body, he still could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. Meng Lang's head exploded. The powerful saint-level demonic body was nothing in front of Gu Fei's fist. Just when Gu Fei's fist exploded Meng Lang's head, a figure wrapped in demonic light rushed out of the blood mist. It instantly soared into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He stretched out his hand, and the demonic light was caught by him. Within the demonic light, a small face that looked exactly like Meng Lang was pale and trembling. This was Meng Lang's primordial spirit. Although his demonic body was heavily injured, his primordial spirit was unharmed and he managed to escape in time. However, Meng Lang's primordial spirit could not escape and was caught by Gu Fei. Meng Lang's primordial spirit emitted an intense wave of divine will. The city lord of Red Moon City is only SOSO. Gu Fei looked at the small person in the demonic light in his hand and said calmly. To him, defeating a demon saint was not a big deal. However, for the group of Red Moon City's demonic experts, the scene in front of them left everyone dumbfounded. Meng Lang was defeated. Seeing this scene, the demonic cultivators did not want to accept this reality. However, reality was reality. Even if they did not want to accept it, it was still reality. Winner takes all. I have nothing to say. Meng Lang's primordial spirit stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely. The resentment in his eyes made Gu Fei's expression change. Very well. Gu Fei nodded. Then he abruptly tightened his grip on the ball of demonic light. Poof! The ball of demonic light immediately exploded. He did not hesitate and directly crushed the demonic light in his hand. Meng Lang's primordial spirit dissipated in the void along with the demonic light. A demonic cultivator of a generation died just like that. On this day, all the demonic cultivators in Red Moon City were extremely shocked. They found it hard to believe that Meng Lang was killed just like that. When the news spread, the entire Red Moon City was in an uproar. Some powerful families had already begun to prepare a backup plan. Just like the Zhao clan in the Crimson Moon City, as someone who had fought with Gu Fei before, Zhao Mu was well aware of Gu Fei's current strength. When he saw that the situation was not right, he had already left the impregnable pass and returned to the city. After killing the city lord of the Red Moon City, Meng Lang, Gu Fei did not feel any sense of accomplishment. Killing such an existence was nothing to Gu Fei. Meng Lang's primordial spirit turned into a pure essence and was devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. The Lord of Red Moon City died unjustly. He never thought that Gu Fei's speed would be so fast. Before he could even react, his head was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Meng Lang's death caused a huge commotion in Red Moon City. All the major forces in the city began to move. Just when Meng Lang's soul was crushed by Gu Fei on a mountain several tens of thousands of miles away from Red Moon City that was shrouded in demonic aura, a slovenly old man who sat on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Someone actually killed Meng Lang. What happened in Red Moon City? The old man stood up from the boulder. Demonic light flickered in his eyes. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread from his body. At this moment, after devouring the power of Meng Lang's primordial spirit, Gu Fei's primordial spirit became even more powerful. A ball of light floated in the depths of the indestructible battle body. Within the light was a figure. It was Gu Fei's primordial spirit that had entered the indestructible battle body. The great catastrophe of the human race is here. Run! The demonic cultivators on the city walls immediately cried out when they saw Gu Fei walk over from afar. They turned around and fled into Red Moon City. This bunch of trash! A sliver of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face when he saw this. Red Moon City was protected by a great formation. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei would find it difficult to break through the formation and enter Red Moon City in a short period of time. It's a pity that I didn't bring an extreme saint artifact. Otherwise, Gu Fei sensed the powerful pulses from the protective formation. He knew that it would be difficult for him to break through the formation with his current strength. The existence of the power of heaven's wrath would not allow him to display the strength of a saint. However, it wasn't Gu Fei's style to retreat without giving it a try. Gu Fei arrived in front of the layer of demonic light formed by the great city protecting formation. Golden runes appeared on his body as the power of the indestructible battle physique was awakening. This was not a divine ability or a great technique. It was the pure power of the battle body. It did not involve the laws of the great path or the profound meaning of the world. Therefore, it would not attract the power of heaven's wrath. Eat my fist! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his long hair fluttered behind him. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he punched out with all his might. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic light that enveloped the entire Red Moon City shook violently. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the light, interweaving into an ancient demonic diagram. The power of Gu Fei's punch was completely dissolved by the demonic diagram on the demonic light. It's the ancient demonic formation. Gu Fei withdrew his fist. Unless he used his extreme saint weapon, it would be impossible for him to break through the demonic protective formation. However, he did not bring his extreme saint weapon with him when he returned to the Tonglong continent. Great ferocious human, you killed my master. The lords of the demon prison mountain will not let you go. An old voice came from the Red Moon City. An old servant in green clothes rushed out from the governor's mansion and shouted at Gu Fei while pointing at him. Humph! Hearing this, Gufei suddenly looked at the old servant in green clothes. Golden light surged in his eyes. There seemed to be a golden world in his eyes, and a great suction force was produced. This suction force directly ignored the demonic light in front of him. It penetrated the demonic light and instantly enveloped the old servant. Roar! The old servant roared angrily, as if he had received a great shock. A faint shadow of a dragon flew out from his body. "You're just an old dragon. How dare you act so presumptuously before me?" An unfathomable power radiated from Gufei's eyes. It forcefully pulled the old servant's yuan shin out of his body and scattered it in the air. The old servant's vitality was immediately severed, and the light in his eyes disappeared in an instant, turning into a deathly gray. The next moment, the corpse of an old dragon that was thousands of meters long appeared in the void, directly smashing down from the sky. Chapter 2519. The old servant of the Red Moon City, Lord, was incomparably powerful. He was a demon flood dragon. Although he was just a servant, there were few who could rival him in the Red Moon City. Such a powerful existence had died just like that. The demonic path powerhouses in Crimson Moon City were shocked to the extreme. It was hard to imagine how this great ominous human had killed the old servant of the Crimson Moon City Lord. Humph! Do you think that I can't kill you just because there's a demonic formation between us? Gufei's words came from outside the Red Moon City. The demonic cultivators in the city felt a chill in their hearts. This great ferocious human was really incredible. He had mastered some kind of life-or-death technique that could kill people invisibly. At this time, all the demonic cultivators in the Red Moon City went into hiding. Even the Red Moon City Lord had died in battle. They were no match for Gufei. No one wanted to die, so they could only hide. Under the moonlight, Gufei stood in the void outside the Red Moon City. With his own strength, he intimidated all the demonic cultivators in the ancient Devil City. This was something that had never happened before. One should know that the Red Moon City was one of the 7 great ancient devil cities of the Northern Devil region. It had existed since ancient times. No one had ever been able to intimidate all the demonic cultivators in the city. The Red Moon City was not as simple as an ancient devil city. How boring! It seems that no one in the Red Moon City dares to come out and fight. Gufei said to himself. Although he was talking to himself, his voice was clearly heard by everyone in the Red Moon City. Humph, don't be so arrogant. When the pure blood demons of the Devil Prison Mountain arrive, it will be the time of your death. An old voice came from the depths of the Red Moon City. It was a demonic cultivator of the older generation who couldn't stand it anymore. However, this demonic cultivator used a great technique to make his voice erratic. No one could sense his true location. Is that so? Then I will wait here. Let's see what the so-called pure blood demons can do. After saying that, Gufei sat cross-legged in the void. Pure-blooded demons should be those demons with pure bloodlines. Such demons had inherited the bloodline of the ancestral fiend and were synonymous with power. From this, Gufei knew that the power behind Red Moon City was the Devil Prison Mountain. The Devil Prison Mountain was a land of devils in the extreme North Devil region. The so-called land of devils referred to the place where connate devils were born. Typically, such a place was extremely sinister and terrifying. A place of birth of fiends was also the place where the ancestral fiends were born. Such a fiendish land, along with the surrounding region, would transform into a fiendish domain. The legacy of the ancestral devil was naturally extraordinary. Although the Devil Prison Mountain was not as famous as the Six Paths Demon Palace, it was not to be underestimated. However, time was passing. 2 hours had passed, and no pure-blooded demons had arrived at Crimson Moon City. This surprised all the demonic experts in Crimson Moon City. How could the Devil Prison Mountain not have any reaction? The Meng family in Crimson Moon City came from the Devil Prison Mountain. Now that even the city lord of Crimson Moon City had been killed by the great murderer of the human race, how could the Devil Prison Mountain swallow this insult? However, things did not go as expected. Several hours passed, and the sky was already turning bright. However, the pure-blooded demons of the Devil Prison Mountain still had not arrived. How is this possible? In Crimson Moon City, some demonic experts who knew about the background of the Devil Prison Mountain were very surprised. Although the pure-blooded demons of the Devil Prison Mountain kept a low profile, they were very domineering and would not swallow this insult. Could it be that the Devil Prison Mountain is also afraid of me? When the sky brightened, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above Crimson Moon City, opened his eyes and stood up. He had waited for several hours, but this was the result. This made him a little disappointed. Let's go. Gu Fei left Crimson Moon City directly. He did not want to stay here any longer. The great murderer of the human race left just like that. The demonic experts in Crimson Moon City secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This great murderer of the human race was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was indeed fierce and wild enough. Just as Gu Fei left, a demonic light descended from the sky and landed in Crimson Moon City. At this moment, on an ancient formation platform in Crimson Moon City's city, Lord Mansion, the demonic light dissipated and a figure appeared from within the demonic light. This was an old man with white hair and beard. He was unkempt and had a big red gourd hanging from his waist. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the mad demon killed by Gu Fei. However, this person had nothing to do with that mad demon. Where is the great murderer of the human race? After the old man appeared from the demonic light, he immediately roared angrily. His voice spread throughout Crimson Moon City. What a pity! The demonic experts in Crimson Moon City could not help but be dumbfounded. If this old man had come an hour earlier, he would have encountered the great murderer of the human race. At this time, Gu Fei was far away from Crimson Moon City. After leaving Crimson Moon City, he felt that there seemed to be a voice calling him, telling him to go deeper into the northern demon region. What's going on? Gu Fei was bewildered. Although he was incomparably shocked, he was not afraid. This was because the faint calling did not have any dangerous aura. He went all the way deep into the northern demon region. Wherever he went, he pushed forward and killed demonic experts one after another. Finally, in front of a large city, he was intercepted by young demons. You are the great murderer of the human race. On top of a short mountain outside of the large city stood a young demons. This young demons had blood-red hair, and his eyebrows and pupils were blood-red. He looked incomparably demonic. And opposite of the young demons, there was also a short mountain. On top of that short mountain stood another young man. This young man was dressed in black, and his eyes were like cold stars. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? You are the great murderer. Your whole family is the great murderer. Gu Fei pointed at the young demons on top of the short mountain and said loudly, "Humph!" Hearing this, the young demon's blood-red eyebrows immediately raised. His eyes emitted a murderous light, and a chilling killing intent spread from his body. "Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people." The young demons stared at Gu Fei and said proudly, as a pure-blooded demons, he naturally had the right to be proud. As the descendants of the ancestral demons, the power of their bloodline was incomparably strong. It was a must for them to become a demonic expert. TSK, you are just a little demon. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? What a joke. Gu Fei said disdainfully, "You!" Hearing this, the young demons suddenly became furious. His blood-red hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes became even fiercer. "If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have time to waste with you here." Chapter 25:20. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch, causing the void to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions with his fist as the center. There was no earth-shattering power. It looked like a casual punch. However, in the eyes of the pure-blooded demons, this simple and direct punch was a completely different scene. The young demons only felt that his opponent's fist was getting bigger in front of his eyes, as if even the void in front of him had been sealed. Gu Fei's simple punch made the young demons feel a dangerous aura. "You're courting death." When the young demons saw that Gu Fei was the first to attack him, he couldn't help but be furious. With a flip of his right hand, a demonic spear immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The young demons shook the demonic spear in his hand and stabbed at Gu Fei. On the spearhead of the demonic spear, there was a faint blood-red light. It was the blood that hadn't dried yet, emitting an evil red color. When Gu Fei sensed the aura coming from the demonic spear, he couldn't help but be shocked. The blood on the spearhead was not simple. It was definitely saint blood. Saint blood was the blood that only saint-level creatures possessed. In other words, this demonic spear had once killed a saint. Although this demonic spear had once killed a saint, Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He still punched out with his right fist and collided with the spearhead of the demonic spear. When Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic spear, there was a clanging sound, as if two pieces of peerless gold had collided. What? The young demons were shocked to the extreme. This human actually dared to fight against the demonic spear in his hand with his flesh and blood. He only felt a strong force coming from the demonic spear, causing him to take 5 or 6 steps back. At this time, Gu Fei was also pushed back by a strong demonic force that erupted from the demonic spear. On his fist there was a burning pain. Good heavens! As expected of a weapon capable of killing saints. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The demon spear in the hands of the young demons was not simple. It was much more powerful than ordinary sacred weapons. Otherwise, it would not have become a weapon that could kill a saint. The great calamity of the human race is indeed ferocious. But it's a pity that you've bumped into your lord here. While the young demons were shocked, his fighting spirit surged. With a shake of the demonic spear in his hand, he left an afterimage on the hill and instantly charged towards Gu Fei. The demonic spear pierced through the void, and the blood-red light on the tip of the spear rapidly pierced towards Gu Fei. "TSK, you think you're worthy of being called the Demon Lord?" Gu Fei couldn't help smiling. This young demon was even crazier than him. How could a devil sovereign be casually called? Only the strongest devils could be called devil sovereigns. Kill! Seeing the look of contempt on Gu Fei's face, the young demons suddenly became furious. He used his killer moves one after another, piercing through the sky and earth. But he still could not do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a phantom, dodging the killer moves of the young demons. Then he counterattacked. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared in the sky and directly slammed down towards the young demons. He used the sky-covering palm. The structure of the indestructible war body was very mysterious. The indestructible war body could perform all kinds of killer moves. Moreover, it was not limited to those in the immortal Tao or martial Tao. All living beings could cultivate this secret technique. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge golden hand descended from the sky and directly slammed the young demons into the ground. The hill collapsed, rocks pierced through the sky, and dust flew everywhere. Humph! So what if you have a weapon that can kill a saint? You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei muttered to himself. But he also knew that the pure-blooded demons had that weapon in their hands. His attack would definitely not hurt this guy's life. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the young demons had already alarmed the nearby demonic experts. These demonic experts never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. The great ferocious human race was really fierce. Bang! The ground shook, and dozens of rocks flew up and smashed in all directions. A figure rushed out from the ruins. His hair was unkempt, and his clothes were ragged. He was still holding the demonic spear tightly in his hand. On the tip of the spear, there was still blood flickering. Roar! The young demons held the demonic spear and roared as he rushed to the sky. At this time, there was a cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other. His entire demonic body was undergoing a shocking change. Transform. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei did not take advantage of this time to make a move. Instead, he watched quietly and allowed the young demons to increase his combat strength. He wanted to make the young demons admit defeat. On the forehead of the young demons, 2 black horns grew. Between the 2 black horns, there was a faint black electric light flashing, giving people an extremely evil feeling. On the body of the young demons, pieces of red scales emerged. Soon, his entire body was covered with a thick layer of red scales. What kind of demon is this? When Gu Fei saw the young demons reveal their true form, he couldn't help but be shocked. Go to hell! The young man from the demon clan roared and pounced at Gu Fei, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. His speed was so fast that it was truly astounding. However, it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps was the fastest in the world. If he wanted to compete with Gu Fei in speed, he would have made a wrong calculation. Buzz! As Gu Fei waved his hand, rays of dazzling golden sword light rushed out from his hand and strangled the young demons who were charging at him. Every ray of sword light cut through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful force. The big demon that the young demons had transformed into waved the demonic spear in his hand, smashing the sword light that Gu Fei had shot out. Then, the spearhead flew up and turned into a bloodlight, piercing towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. As long as the demonic spear pierced through the forehead, an ordinary sage-level expert would die on the spot. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid because the indestructible combat body could be said to be indestructible. Moreover, the indestructible combat body contained immortal divinity. In order to destroy Gu Fei's indestructible combat body, unless an honorable came in person. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to destroy Gu Fei's indestructible combat body. As the demonic spear pierced towards him, Gu Fei instinctively moved to the side and dodged the attack of the demons. Secret art of ascension. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of immortal cultivation, the secret art of ascension. His cultivation rose rapidly and an unimaginably powerful aura burst out from his body. Rumble! The energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's body were so powerful that they caused the space around him to tremble slightly. The demons were taken aback. Chapter 25-21. Near a large city, Gu Fei was intercepted by a pure-blood demons. The pure-blood demons were extremely powerful. Wielding the saint-slaying demon spear, they fought with Gu Fei relentlessly. They were ferocious and arrogant, even more so than the city lord of Crimson Moon City, Meng Lang. Rumble! The void trembled as Gu Fei used the secret skill of ascension. In an instant, the power of his combat physique soared to an unimaginable level. The powerful fluctuations of power caused the void around him to tremble. His combat physique seemed to be so powerful that it was difficult for this part of the world to contain him. Swoosh! In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in front of the pure-blood demons and punched the pure-blood demons with his right fist. At that moment, Gu Fei's speed and power had nearly doubled. Such speed and power were not something that the pure-blood demons could contend with. Bang! Demon blood splattered as Gu Fei punched through the pure-blood demon's combat physique. His fist went through the pure-blood demon's back and broke the spine of the pure-blood demons into more than a dozen pieces. At that moment, a violent impact erupted, sending the pure-blood demons flying thousands of feet away. Their entire combat physique was almost broken into 2 by Gu Fei's punch. The pure-blood demons could not believe that this great ferocious human could actually burst out with such powerful combat strength and injure them in an instant. Moreover, This was not the power of laws or great skills, but the power of the pure blood combat physique. The power of the pure blood combat physique did not involve the saint-level Tao law and would not cause the descent of the power of heaven's wrath. This was the power allowed by the power of heaven's wrath. With the existence of the power of heaven's wrath, warriors had a lot of advantages when fighting with other powerhouses. Rumble! The void shook, and the pure blood demons' bodies emitted the sound of wind and thunder. A powerful devouring power spread out from the pure blood demons' bodies. The bodies of the pure blood demons seemed to have become an invincible black hole, devouring the demonic essence from all directions. Rays of demonic light that were visible to the naked eye rushed over from all directions and directly entered the bodies of the pure blood demons. At that moment, the pure blood demons' bodies were undergoing shocking changes. Their bones were shaking, and their flesh was regenerating. Their broken spines were rapidly growing back. Yes, seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The demon body of pure blood demons was not simple. Such a powerful recovery ability was also rare. You won't have the chance. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared. A moment later, he appeared above the pure blood demon's head and stomped down on the demon's head. This was the first step of the martial path 8 kill steps. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the entire void under his feet shook, stepping on mountains and rivers. This was the power of the martial path 8 kill steps. Roar! The pure blood demons roared and stabbed the demonic spear in their right hand upward with all their might. A mass of blood light bloomed from the spearhead of the demonic spear, and a powerful demonic power erupted from the demonic spear. The demonic spear that was stained with the blood of a saint-level creature seemed to have completely revived at that moment. Gu Fei's right foot stepped on the spearhead of the demonic spear. A scene that shocked the pure blood demons to the extreme happened. The demonic spear in their hands that could kill a saint-level creature actually shattered. How is this possible? The pure blood demons were really shocked. After all, no one knew the power of the demonic spear better than they did. Bang! The entire holy-slaying demonic spear exploded in the hands of the pure-blooded demon race being. It was directly crushed by Gu Fei's foot, and the demonic patterns imprinted on the spear also dissipated into the void. The destructive power that erupted from the collapse of the demonic spear directly blew the right arm of the pure blood demons and a small part of their body into a mist of blood. Their entire body was sent flying. How could this guy suddenly become so much stronger? Could it be? The pure blood demons thought of a possibility and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Their opponent must have mastered some kind of secret technique that could instantly increase his combat power. Swoosh! At that moment, a golden light flashed, and the heads of the pure blood demons flew up. Then, a golden fist came and smashed the heads of the pure blood demons into pieces. An extremely powerful pure blood demons was killed by Gu Fei just like that. What? How is this possible? Up in the sky, many demonic experts were watching the battle. Seeing this scene, all the demonic experts were stunned. This great ferocious human was indeed, as the rumors said. He was extremely ferocious. That was a pure blood demons from the Sky Demon Cave. He died just like that. Some people knew about the background of the pure blood demons and knew that he came from the Sky Demon Cave. The Sky Demon Cave was another place where the demons of the extreme north came from. Although the Sky Demon Cave was not as famous as the 6 Demon Paths Palace, its foundation was definitely not weaker than the 6 Demon Paths Palace. The pure blood demons were very low-key. Because of the existence of a ruthless person, these pure blood demons had to be very careful. They were afraid that the ruthless person would suddenly appear and kill them. On the other hand, the ruthless person did not care about the demonic cultivators who had joined the demonic path and did not suppress them. At the moment when Gu Fei killed the pure blood demons from the Sky Demon Cave, a black, demonic jade tablet shattered without any warning in a forbidden area of the mysterious Sky Demon Cave. Chi Tong is dead. In the forbidden area of the Sky Demon Cave, a tall demonic figure walked out of the darkness. Who was it that actually managed to kill Chi Tong? This demon was shrouded in a ball of demonic aura and did not reveal their faces. There was no sadness in his tone, as if the one who died was an outsider. Chi Tong brought the holy slaying spear out, the demons muttered to themselves. Then, the pure blood demons walked into the darkness again. The holy slaying spear was not an ordinary sacred-grade demonic weapon. Soon, the pure blood demon, Saint, left the Sky Demon Cave. After Gu Fei killed the pure blood demons, he did not attack the demonic cultivators in the nearby city. Instead, he left right away. Less than an hour after he left, a sloppy old man appeared at the place where Gu Fei killed the pure blood demons. He even dared to kill pure blood demons. The sloppy old man was shocked. This human was really ruthless. It should be noted that the pure blood demons had the inheritance of an ancestral demon. Such a force was so powerful that ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. The sloppy old man wandered around the battlefield where Gu Fei and the pure blood demons fought. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and landed on the ground. "What is this?" The sloppy old man picked up a black object from the ground and looked at it carefully. It's a fragment of a sacred weapon. The sacred weapon that the guy from the Sky Demon Cave was carrying was shattered. The sloppy old man sensed a trace of demonic aura from the black fragment in his hand. He was extremely shocked. It was a fragment of a sacred-grade demonic weapon. Soon, the sloppy old man found another fragment nearby. If the human's ruthless human was so powerful that he could shatter a sacred-grade demonic weapon, then it was necessary for him to figure it out. Even for the sloppy old man, it was not easy to destroy a demonic sacred weapon, especially when the power of heaven's wrath still existed. Soon, the sloppy old man also left. An hour after the sloppy old man left, another figure landed on the battlefield. The holy slaying spear has been destroyed. As soon as the demons arrived, they sensed that the holy slaying spear had been destroyed. Then, the pure blood demons found a few fragments of the spear around the battlefield. "Damn it," the demons said fiercely. The destruction of the holy slaying spear was definitely a great loss for the Sky Demon Cave. The reason why they rushed here was to retrieve the holy slaying spear. Swoosh! The specter immediately turned into a beam of demonic light and chased after the sloppy old man. At that moment, Gu Fei was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. He pushed his way through, and no demonic experts could stop him. Soon, a towering demonic aura appeared in front of him. The entire place was shrouded in a strong demonic aura. If ordinary cultivators stayed here for a long time, they would become demonic sooner or later. Just as Gu Fei climbed a short mountain, a path condensed from yin and yang essence extended to Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei walked on the yin and yang path without hesitation. When Gu Fei walked on the yin and yang path, the yin and yang path instantly retracted along with Gu Fei. The yin and yang path directly brought Gu Fei to the sky above a demon cave filled with monstrous demonic aura. In the sky above the demon cave, there was a huge Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram suppressing it. At that moment, Gu Fei was on the Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram. In the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram sat a bare-chested middle-aged man. Gu Fei recognized this person. This was the ruthless man who defied the heavens and was reborn from the yin-yang jade pendant. Back then, if Gu Fei had not obtained the yin-yang jade pendant, he would still be a small cultivator. It was impossible for him to become a sage. The fact that he defied the heavens and was reborn was enough to show how powerful this ruthless man was. One should know that not everyone had the willpower to be reborn. "You're here." A voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. "You summoned me," Gu Fei asked tentatively. Yes, I summoned you because I want to give you something. Ruthless said. What is it? Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. The origin of this ruthless man was definitely not simple. How could the thing he gave be ordinary? Chapter 25-22. It was the first time that Gu Fei was truly facing this ruthless, pure-blooded demon who had shocked the entire extreme northern demon region with his own strength. This was a truly ruthless person. One should know that not everyone could intimidate the pure-blooded demons in the entire northern demon region by himself, but he did it. The ruthless man sat cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang divine diagram. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the void around him, there was a faint sound of chanting. This was a phenomenon that resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the ruthless man did not seem to be afraid of the power of heaven's wrath in the depths of the sky. His body was surrounded by the Tao of the divine Tao. He seemed to have become the carrier of the great Tao of heaven, and even had some kind of connection with the power of heaven's wrath in the depths of the sky. How was this possible? How did he do it? Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he sensed the state of the ruthless man. He really could not believe that there was such a person in this world. Was he here to suppress the northern demon region on behalf of the power of heaven's wrath? You can go, the ruthless man said, and directly waved his hand. Gu Fei only felt that the void around him suddenly twisted. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to find that he was standing on the ancient stone bridge above the abyss of immortals and demons. This Gu Fei was really not a small matter. This ruthless man was really strong to an unimaginable extent. With just a wave of his hand, he sent him to the abyss of immortals and demons. Did he want him to leave the northern demon region? At this time, he looked down and saw that there was a yin-yang jade pendant in his hand. When Gu Fei saw the yin-yang jade pendant in his hand, he could not help but be excited. This yin-yang jade pendant was the jade pendant that he had found at the bottom of the icy azure pool. This jade pendant was obtained by Gu Fei from the hands of the indestructible martial body. This was a magical jade pendant, and the cultivation speed of the person who had this jade pendant was at least several times that of others. Gu Fei had relied on this mystical yin-yang fish jade pendant to advance triumphantly on the road of cultivation. That was how he had achieved what he had today. If Gu Fei had not obtained this jade pendant back then, he might have ended up like his master, Wan Xianqing, unable to break through and eventually dying of old age. When Gu Fei saw the yin-yang fish jade pendant again, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He thought of all the things that had happened in the Taishan sect, of his master who had died of old age on the mountain, and of his junior sister, Zhao Zairu. Everything that happened in the past seemed to have happened just yesterday, and it didn't become blurry in Gu Fei's mind because of the passage of time. On the contrary, the more time passed, the clearer the memories in his mind became. And the ruthless person who had shocked the entire northern demon region with his own strength had been reborn from this yin-yang fish jade pendant. In the past, he might not have known what mysteries there were in this jade pendant, but now it was different. This jade pendant was refined from an immortal yin-yang spirit jade. Upon closer inspection, Gu Fei discovered that although the jade pendant looked unremarkable, the mysterious Tao runes were faintly discernible within it. Yin-yang spirit jade was an immortal divine material that was bred from the yin and yang energies of the world. This divine material had innate yin and yang Tao runes inside it. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to take a closer look at the yin-yang jade pendant in his hand, a deep roar suddenly came from the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons. Gu Fei suddenly recovered. He couldn't believe that there was actually a living being hiding in the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons. One had to know that although the abyss of immortals and demons contained endless immortal and devil chi, this immortal and devil chi was extremely violent and contained endless killing intent. It was simply difficult for cultivators to refine and absorb it. Schwa. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the direction of the central plains and disappeared from the ancient stone bridge. Soon, above the bridge where Gu Fei was standing, the immortal and devil Qi were vast and mighty. A half-black and half-white human face appeared above the ancient stone bridge, looking down. This was an incomparably strange human face, exuding a chilling aura. Soon, the immortal and devil Qi dissipated, and the human face disappeared in the void. At this time, Gu Fei was running at full speed on the ancient stone bridge. His heart felt as if there was a strange and terrifying aura chasing after him, giving him a kind of creepy feeling. He felt that the aura behind him was getting closer and closer. At this time, a strange human face appeared not far behind him. The black and white human face revealed a strange smile. Gu Fei didn't seem to sense the existence of the human face behind him. At this time, he could already see the scenery on the other side of the ancient bridge. The ruthless person of the Northern Devil Domain had sent him to the ancient bridge, not far from the Central Plains. At this time, the black and white human face behind Gu Fei quickly chased after Gu Fei and was about to catch up with Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his right foot fiercely stomped on the surface of the ancient bridge. Bang! His whole body rushed up from the bridge, and his body emitted a faint golden light. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards the other side of the ancient stone bridge. Almost at the same time, the strange human face behind Gu Fei fiercely swooped down from the sky and almost pounced on Gu Fei's body. If Gu Fei was even half a step slower, the strange human face would have pounced on him, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Bang! Gu Fei, like a golden meteorite, fell on the opposite side of the ancient stone bridge, and the entire ground was trampled out, creating a huge pit, and dust flew everywhere. He suddenly turned his head, and vaguely saw that in the midst of the immortal light and devil aura, a strange, smiling face disappeared in the void. What is that thing? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Just at the moment when he jumped from the ancient stone bridge, he seemed to feel a cold air rushing towards his back. Could it be that in the abyss of immortals and demons, there's really some kind of mysterious creature hiding? At this time on a short hill next to the ancient stone bridge, stood a dumbfounded Taoist. This Taoist was the Taoist who guarded the ancient stone bridge. He actually came back alive. How is this possible? This Taoist was extremely shocked. When he saw Gu Fei walking on the stone bridge, he thought that Gu Fei would definitely die, but now Gu Fei actually came back. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the Taoist on the short hill only saw a figure flash in front of him, and the black-robed youth who returned from the ancient stone bridge had already arrived in front of him. Greetings, Senior. Chapter 25-23. Gu Fei learned from the Taoist guarding the ancient stone bridge that there was a regional teleportation array in the northern lands. Without hesitation, he flew towards the teleportation array mentioned by the Taoist. It was time to settle the score. Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. Thousands of miles away from the abyss of immortals and demons, there were 9 mountains. These 9 mountains were famous immortal mountains in the northern lands. They were called the 9 heavens, flying, immortal, sacred mountain. According to legend, countless years ago, these 9 sacred mountains descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Some people saw immortal spirits roaming around these 9 mountains. Surrounded by these 9 sacred mountains was a gigantic city. This gigantic city was not like any of the cities in the mortal world. The reason for that was because the people that were able to come to this gigantic city were all extraordinary people. This was the famous flying immortal city of the northern lands. It was a city of cultivators. Not only could one see the living beings of the mortal world, but one could also see the silhouettes of immortals. And the city lord of the flying immortal city was an incomparably powerful existence. However, no one had seen this city lord before. The city lord of the Flying Immortal City was very mysterious. In the Flying Immortal City, there was a regional teleportation array. This array was guarded by experts. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. At this time of the mortal world, the Flying Immortal City was bustling with people. There were teleportation arrays built everywhere in the city. Cultivators from all over the northern lands could enter and exit the Flying Immortal City through these teleportation arrays. Of course, there was only one teleportation formation that could teleport across regions. It should be known that it was not easy to build a teleportation formation platform that could teleport across regions. It was not an easy task to set up a teleportation formation that could teleport across regions. That's the Flying Immortal Mountain. At noon, Gu Fei finally saw the 9 towering mountains in the distance. These 9 mountains were surrounded by immortal qi. It was a land of immortals. In the mortal world, there were not many places that could be called a land of immortals. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved forward with extreme speed. Very soon, he was close to the 9 immortal mountains. When he got closer, he could feel that these 9 immortal mountains were not ordinary. These 9 immortal mountains seemed to be guarding something. The essence energy of the 9 immortal mountains were all gathering towards the area surrounded by the 9 immortal mountains. The thing nurtured by the 9 mountains' essence qi is definitely extraordinary. Gu Fei stopped high up in the sky and carefully observed the situation in front of him. He realized that these 9 celestial mountains might have been moved here by someone with great power. Ordinary immortals were not capable of changing the power of heaven and earth like this. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before entering the vicinity of the 9 immortal mountains. When he entered the immortal mountains, he felt as though he had entered another world. The power of heaven and earth created by the 9 immortal mountain was extraordinary, and if a formation master were to set up a killing formation here, even a sage would most likely be forced to stop in his tracks. However, along the way, Gu Fei didn't trigger any killing arrays. This surprised him. After all, how could such an important place not be protected by arrays? In truth, what he didn't know was that his every move was being closely monitored from the moment he entered the 9 immortal mountain. In a secret chamber in the Flying Immortal City, 9 god crystals that were as smooth as mirrors were floating in the air. Gu Fei's figure appeared on one of the god crystals. Who is that person? A voice suddenly sounded in the secret chamber. He's not demons. He seems to be an expert from the human race. Someone said, "Let him in then." The voice from before said, "Yes." Someone replied. By now, Gu Fei had already entered the area surrounded by the 9 immortal mountain. This place could definitely be considered as one of the treasured lands of the human realm. The essence energy of the 9 immortal mountains was gathering towards this area. The spirit qi in the mountains was on a completely different level compared to the outside. The spirit qi in the mountains was so thick that one could see it with the naked eye. In the center of this area was a huge city. Without hesitation, Gu Fei dashed towards the huge city. He knew that the teleportation formation platform he was looking for was in this huge city. However, when Gu Fei arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by 2 soldiers. "Who are you? Tell me your name." One of the soldiers asked Gu Fei. "Humph," Gu Fei snorted coldly. An extremely powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. The 2 soldiers immediately felt a great pressure and almost fell to their knees in front of Gu Fei. "You." The other soldier's voice was trembling. Gu Fei ignored the 2 soldiers guarding the gate and walked straight into the city without any hesitation. With his current cultivation and combat strength, he could handle anything that happened suddenly. The streets of the Flying Immortal City were bustling with activity. Shouts could be heard from time to time. Both sides of the streets were lined with stalls. Many cultivators placed their wares on the ground to sell them. A piece of scarlet fire jade for a stalk of 1,000 years old spirit herb. "Hurry up," A 10,000 years fire, turtle gall for a true scripture that can help one reach the immortal realm. A 10,000 years fire, turtle gall for a true scripture that can help one reach the immortal realm. A 10,000 years fire, turtle gall. Gu Fei suddenly stopped. The fire tortoise was a creature that lived in the sea of lava. It was extremely rare, and a 10,000-year-old fire tortoise was even more difficult to find in this world. He turned around and walked towards the stall that was selling the 10,000 years fire turtle gall for an immortal scripture. The owner of the stall was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Gu Fei could tell with a single glance that this cultivator had altered his appearance using a secret technique. It was obvious that this cultivator was unwilling to show his true face. Although the 10,000 years fire turtle gall is good stuff, it can't compare to an immortal scripture. In front of this stall, 7 or 8 cultivators were gathered. Some of them were whispering. A true scripture that could help one reach the immortal realm wasn't something that just anyone would be willing to trade. One should know that a true scripture that could help a cultivator reach the immortal realm was an immortal scripture. That's right. Although the 10,000 years fire turtle gall is rare, an immortal scripture is related to an immortal Tao heritage. No one would be willing to trade it. I have a fire phoenix fruit here. How about it? A Taoist in a fiery red robe said to the stall owner. Not exchanging. The stall owner directly rejected the offer. The people gathered in front of this stall wanted to trade other things for the 10,000 years fire turtle gall, but they were all rejected by the stall owner. This stall owner was determined to trade the 10,000 years fire turtle gall for an immortal scripture. Don't be silly. Who would trade an immortal scripture for your fire turtle gall? Yeah, only a fool would trade with you. Someone pointed at the stall owner. I have an immortal scripture for your 10,000 years fire turtle gall. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. What? Chapter 25-24. To an ordinary cultivator, the fire turtle gall was indeed not worth as much as an immortal scripture. One should know that an immortal scripture that could be used to cultivate to the immortal God realm was extremely precious. But now, someone actually wanted to trade an immortal scripture for the fire turtle gall. This was truly unbelievable. Could it be that this person had lost his mind? An immortal scripture, if used well, could be used to establish a sect. Are you really willing to trade an immortal scripture for my fire turtle gall? The stall owner said in disbelief. He had been setting up his stall in the flying immortal city for more than half a month. Although many people were interested in the 10,000-year fire turtle gall, they couldn't take out an immortal scripture to exchange for it. Of course. A black-robed young man walked over. The cultivators surrounding the stall quickly made way for him. In reality, some of them hesitated for a moment before feeling a force pushing them to the side. The cultivators who were pushed away by the invisible force were shocked. They naturally knew what was going on. This black-robed young man was not simple. Show me your fire, turtle gall. The black-robed young man came to the front of the stall and said to the stall owner. Yes, yes, the stall owner hurriedly replied. This stall owner was a middle-aged man. Although he had used a secret technique to change his appearance, Gu Fei could tell that this technique was not very profound. Of course, this stall owner was only a Paragon Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, he might even be a rogue cultivator. How profound could his secret technique be? The stall owner knew very well that a person who could take out an immortal scripture was definitely not an ordinary person. This black-robed young man was most likely a big shot above the immortal God realm. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the stall owner took out a jade box. There were many runes on the box. Of course, these runes were simple runes. With this stall owner's cultivation, it was impossible for him to condense Tao runes. This box is quite valuable. The surrounding cultivators were surprised to see the stall owner take out such a jade box. This was a box with runes engraved on it. Jade boxes were used by cultivators to store spiritual herbs. This was because jade could seal spiritual energy and prevent it from leaking out, especially those jade boxes that were engraved with talisman characters. The effect of preserving spirit herbs was even better. Only experts could engrave talisman characters that could suppress spirit energy on the jade boxes. The stall owner directly opened the jade box in his hand. The moment the box was opened, the onlookers only felt a wave of heat coming out of the box. Everyone felt as if they'd instantly been placed within an oven, and they couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Everyone looked into the jade box in the stall owner's hand and saw a red fire turtle gall lying in the jade box. The fire turtle gall was only the size of an adult's fist. Wisps of fiery aura were emitting from the fire turtle's gall, and runes could be vaguely seen inside. "This is the 1,000-year fire turtle gall," someone said in shock. "It looks like this really is a 10,000-year-old fire turtle gall. This fire turtle gall has already nurtured the embryonic form of Tao patterns." A cultivator with extraordinary cultivation stared at the fire turtle gall in the jade box. His eyes shone with incomparable light as he spoke. How did this guy get such a divine item? Someone had already seen through the middle-aged stall owner's cultivation base. He was only at the paramount saint realm, which wasn't even an immortal god. How could he possibly kill the 1,000-year fire turtle? The 1,000-year fire turtle wasn't an ordinary beast. Moreover, the embryonic form of Tao patterns had already been nurtured in this fire turtle gall. In other words, this 1,000-year fire turtle had at least the cultivation base of an immortal emperor. Very good. The black-robed youth nodded. This black-robed youth was none other than Gu Fei. He didn't think that this middle-aged stall owner could really take out the 1,000-year fire turtle gall. This kind of divine item was very useful to cultivators of the fire element, especially the fire element immortal emperor, who was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. It was the key item to take that step forward. An immortal emperor expert wasn't something that could be easily seen even in this great era. Furthermore, there weren't many people who could see through the secret of the 1,000-year fire turtle gall. Gu Fei took out a jade slip. Just as he was about to imprint a cultivation method into the jade slip, the cultivator who saw through the secret of the 1,000-year fire turtle gall stepped forward. "Wait, I have an immortal scripture that can be used to cultivate up to the immortal king realm. I will use it to exchange for your fire turtle gall." It was a black-bearded Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. Immortal qi could be vaguely sensed from his body. Clearly, this Taoist cultivation base was at least at the immortal god realm. The middle-aged stall owner couldn't help but hesitate upon seeing this. "Taoist, do you know the order of arrival?" When Gu Fei saw that someone had interfered, he was immediately displeased. "Little brother, since you know the principle of first come, first served, don't you know the principle of respecting the old and loving the young? Why don't you give this fire turtle gall to this old man?" The Taoist's tone turned heavy when he said the word old man. "Humph," Gu Fei sneered. Runes surged out of his right hand that was holding the jade slip and imprinted themselves onto the jade slip. The faint sound of chanting could be heard in the air, as if an immortal was explaining the truth of the heavens and earth. Although it was vague and difficult to understand the profound meaning behind it, it gave people a feeling of enlightenment. It was as if all the difficulties they had encountered in their cultivation in the past could be easily solved. However, no more runes rushed out of Gu Fei's right hand. The sound of chanting in the air disappeared too. The Taoist wore a shocked expression. The young man in black had imprinted an immortal scripture into a jade slip so casually. The Taoist could not help but be shocked by this. "The immortal scripture that you want." Gu Fei passed the jade slip in his hand to the middle-aged stall owner. However, the middle-aged stall owner hesitated. One should know that the value of an immortal king immortal scripture was much higher than 10 immortal-grade immortal scriptures. "What? Do you want his immortal king immortal scripture?" Gu Fei's expression was still calm, but his eyes had turned sharp. The The middle-aged stall owner could not make a decision at a time like this. Let me have a look at your immortal king, immortal scripture first. Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged Taoist with interest. Although the man could conceal his cultivation, it was useless in Gu Fei's eyes. Can you wait for a few days? I'll go back and get it. The middle-aged Taoist did not have the ability to imprint an immortal scripture into a jade slip like Gu Fei did. He did not bring the immortal scripture with him. This 10,000 years fire turtle gall is yours. The stall owner immediately closed the jade box in his hand and handed it to Gu Fei. Chapter 25. Gu Fei got what he wanted, and the stall owner also got the immortal scripture that he desired. This was a kind of exchange that was needed everywhere. For cultivators, if they wanted to obtain what they needed, they would usually do it by exchanging with other cultivators or by robbing them. Of course, it was very rare for righteous cultivators to rob other cultivators' divine materials without any scruples. This was because righteous cultivators had many scruples, but demons had no scruples at all. As long as the demons were interested in something, the demons would do anything to get it. Gu Fei did not care about the Taoist. Although the Taoist's cultivation had surpassed the immortal realm, the Taoist was not much stronger than an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. After obtaining the immortal scripture, the middle-aged stall owner packed up and left. That fella is really lucky. He actually managed to get the immortal scripture. Someone pointed in the direction where the middle-aged stall owner had disappeared. These people could not see the secret of the fire turtle gall, which was why they said that. However, the middle-aged Taoist was different. His cultivation had long surpassed the immortal realm, so he could naturally see the secret of the fire turtle gall. To those who really needed it, the fire turtle gall was a priceless treasure. Gu Fei did not forget his purpose of coming to the flying celestial city. However, there were many cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the street. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wandered around the street. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the quality of the things these cultivators were selling. Some of the cultivators were selling shoddy goods or fake goods. However, although there were few good things, there were still some. Some of the materials these cultivators were selling were not bad. Gu Fei was not interested in ordinary materials, but he was afraid that he would not be able to find a truly heaven-defying material in the entire flying celestial city. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. After walking one round on the street, he headed straight for the flying celestial city's governor's mansion. There was only one teleportation formation platform in the entire flying celestial city that could teleport across regions. It was located in the governor's mansion of the flying celestial city. Halt! Just as Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the city governor's mansion, a loud shout came from inside the mansion. Then 2 silver-armored soldiers walked out of the mansion. Gu Fei stopped and looked at the 2 silver-armored immortal soldiers who were walking towards him from the gate. His eyes glinted with sharpness. Shwa! Just as the 2 silver-armored soldiers were about to continue interrogating Gu Fei's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. What? The 2 silver-armored battle soldiers turned pale with fright when they saw Gu Fei suddenly disappear. Very quickly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded in the flying immortal city. What happened? Inside the flying celestial city, when the cultivators heard the sound of the horn, their faces changed drastically. This was the horn that would only sound when the flying celestial city was on the brink of life and death. Did the demons invade the city? Some people guessed. However, they would never have thought that it was not because the demons had invaded the city, but because someone had barged into the city governor's mansion. City governor of the flying celestial city, come out and meet me. At this moment, Gu Fei continued to head deeper into the city governor's mansion. Very quickly, he arrived in front of an ancient formation platform. As soon as Gu Fei arrived in front of the ancient formation platform, 3 figures silently walked out from the dark and surrounded him. The city governor doesn't see outsiders. Please leave." Among the three, a green-robed middle-aged man looked at Gu Fei. A cold, murderous intent appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Immortal King. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed the aura that erupted from the green-robed, middle-aged man. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the flying celestial city. There were actually 3 immortal kings guarding the flying celestial city. It seemed like the cultivation base of the mysterious city, governor of the flying celestial city, was definitely below that of the 3 immortal kings. "Hurry up and scram," a tall, dark-skinned man said to Gu Fei. It would appear that he did not view Gu Fei as a threat. He believed that Gu Fei was a cultivator who did not know the meaning of death. "You guys are the ones who should scram," Gu Fei said to the 3 immortal kings. "Since that's the case, go and die." That tall, burly man threw a punch at Gu Fei. The powerful force of the punch caused the void in front of his fist to vibrate. "You're the one who's going to die." Gu Fei suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, that dark-skinned man was sent flying. Bam! He exploded into a puddle of blood mist in the air. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. "What?" Seeing the scene, the remaining 2 immortal kings were extremely shocked. "Who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man in green stared at Gu Fei and asked cautiously. His voice was trembling. "It doesn't matter who I am." Gu Fei shook his head. He only wanted to return to the Eastern Domain. Moreover, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. However, it would be a different story if someone wanted to deal with him. "You want to see me?" Just as Gu Fei was about to continue his attack and kill the remaining 2 immortal kings, a figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 immortal kings. "You are the city governor of the flying celestial city." Gu Fei looked at the masked woman who suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that the city governor of the flying celestial city would be a woman. "I want to borrow this ancient formation platform. You don't have any objections, right?" Gu Fei looked at the masked woman and realized that he couldn't see through her cultivation base. He couldn't even see her face. It was obvious that this masked woman was carrying a forbidden tool that could conceal her aura. This ancient formation platform. "You want to leave the Northern Territory?" The masked woman was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the target of this black-robed young man who broke into the city governor's mansion was an ancient formation platform. "That's right." Gu Fei nodded and said, "But you just killed my man. Do you think I will help you?" The masked woman's voice suddenly turned cold. "Humph, he wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him," Gu Fei said with a sneer. "Is that so?" The masked woman glanced at the other 2 immortal kings. The 2 immortal kings were terrified. They didn't dare to lie in front of this masked woman. "Even if my man was in the wrong first, you still shouldn't have killed him." The masked woman stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Chapter 25-26. "You want to fight?" Gu Fei was very direct. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent immediately erupted from his body. Rays of golden light circulated around his body. "That's right, you killed my men. If I just let it go like this, I would have been a city lord for nothing." The masked woman was also very domineering. A powerful pressure radiated from her body. Her eyes turned incomparably bright as her pitch-black pupils glowed. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. An extremely cold aura spread out from the masked woman's body. The 2 immortal kings behind her immediately retreated far away. Extreme yin qi. Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble when he sensed the cold aura. At this moment, he somewhat understood why this masked woman was so unyielding. It seemed like this woman was quite capable. The layout of the flying immortal city was extraordinary to begin with. It was protected by 9 immortal mountains, absorbing the essence of the 9 mountains to nourish the ancient city. Gu Fei instinctively felt that this ancient city might be nurturing something. However, such a secret wasn't something he could know. However, no matter how Gu Fei thought about it, only an ancient saint would be able to use such a method to change the sky and earth. MHM. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly traversed several hundred li, leaving the flying immortal city and arriving in the air above a forest outside the city. What? The masked woman couldn't help but be startled when she saw Gu Fei leaving directly. But soon after, she was stunned by the extreme speed Gu Fei displayed. At this moment, in the air above the forest outside the flying immortal city, Gu Fei frowned. He could smell a faint scent of blood. He descended from the sky and saw traces of a battle in the forest. More than 10 trees had fallen to the ground, and there were a few large pits on the ground. The soil splashed up was still very fresh. There was a person lying in one of the pits. It was a person that Gu Fei had seen before. However, this person was already dead. That immortal scripture killed you in the end. Gu Fei let out a sigh. This person was the stall owner who had exchanged the 10,000-year fire turtle gall with him. At this moment, the stall owner's secret technique to conceal his appearance had already lost its effect, revealing his true appearance. It seemed like this person immediately left the flying immortal city after obtaining the immortal scripture. However, he didn't want to be intercepted here, and the immortal scripture was stolen. Gu Fei saw a tattered scroll beside the pit. There were still traces of immortal qi lingering on the scroll. The immortal qi on the scroll had yet to dissipate. No wonder he ran so fast. He used a teleportation scroll. When Gu Fei saw the fragments of the scroll on the ground, he understood that the scroll on the ground wasn't an ordinary teleportation scroll because there was immortal qi on it. Immortal qi could only be used by an immortal god. In other words, this scroll should have been created by an immortal god. It seemed like that person had already left this place. Who is it? Gu Fei pondered. It was obvious that the person had just left. Gu Fei sensed that the person wanted to pry into the immortal scripture in the jade slip and rushed over. However, even though he was extremely fast, the person still managed to escape. Humph! Just as Gu Fei was thinking, a cold laugh came from the sky. A figure descended from the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and saw that the masked woman had already caught up to him. You! The masked woman landed on the ground. When she saw the corpse in the pit, she couldn't help but be moved. Her eyes became sharp. Do you think I killed him? Gu Fei looked at the masked woman and said with a faint smile, Didn't you? The masked woman said. Her voice was cold as she stared at Gu Fei. How funny. Have you ever heard of a dragon coming to kill a mosquito? Gu Fei shook his head. The masked woman didn't say anything else. She waved her right hand and a battle platform flew out from her hand. Then the battle platform expanded rapidly. Whoosh! The masked woman flew into the sky and landed on the battle platform. She then looked down at Gu Fei, her eyes full of provocation. Gu Fei was surprised to see the masked woman take out the battle platform. The elder demon child also had a battle platform like this. It was the demon clan's battle platform. On the other hand, this fighting platform was pitch black and there was a black aura hanging down from it, giving off an extremely cold feeling. It wasn't demonic qi, it was yin qi. This was a battle platform that contained a vast amount of yin qi. Ancient and mysterious Taiji runes were engraved on it. Upon closer inspection, Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. This lunar dueling platform was not inferior to the demon clan dueling platform that the unaging demon child possessed. Furthermore, compared to the demon clan dueling platform, the power of this lunar dueling platform was probably even greater. What are you afraid? On the battle platform, the masked woman looked down at Gu Fei, like a fairy looking down at a mortal. Her tone was full of disdain. What a joke! I'm afraid. As he spoke, Gu Fei flew into the sky and landed on the lunar battle platform. The moment his feet stepped onto the lunar array platform, he immediately felt a cold aura coming from the soles of his feet. This caused him to be slightly moved. Gu Fei thought, the yin qi in this lunar battle platform is really strong. He had a feeling that he had been tricked, but he was fearless. In the face of absolute power, no tricks or schemes would succeed. However, there was no doubt that the masked woman would have the upper hand if they were to fight on the ancient lunar formation platform. The timing and location were all on her side. Gu Fei felt as if he had fallen into a disadvantageous position even before the fight had even begun. Haha, what an idiot. The masked woman laughed. She was worried that her opponent would not dare to step onto the battle platform because she would be undefeatable if she fought here. Even if you have the advantage, you may not win. Gu Fei stood in front of the masked woman with his hands behind his back. He looked at the masked woman and smiled. Seeing that her opponent was still so calm, the masked woman couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that this guy was not stupid but conceited? Conceited that he could defeat her battle platform? If you win, I will help you activate the inter-district teleportation formation. If you lose, you will die. The masked woman looked at Gu Fei and said in a low voice, Very well, let's do that. Gu Fei nodded. Then let's begin. Chapter 25-27. Gu Fei allowed the masked woman to do as she pleased and said with a smile, Your wishful thinking is going to fail. Is that so? The voice of the masked maiden turned heavy. Was this black-robed young man truly fearless, or was he pretending to be calm? She couldn't guess. Rumble, a thunderous sound rang out from within the battle platform. Within the platform, it was as though a heavenly beast had awoken from its slumber. An extremely powerful energy, fluctuation, gushed out from the platform. This was definitely the energy fluctuation of a saint-ranked expert. However, it didn't affect Gu Fei at all. He stood there like a spring breeze, not even frowning in the slightest. Very good. Let me see what capabilities you have then. The masked maiden spoke in a low voice. After that, a gigantic black dragon gushed forth from her body, drawing upon the energy of the platform as it instantly grew to the size of a mountain range, rushing towards Gu Fei. Roar! The black dragon howled, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. It was as though a true primordial black dragon had appeared in this world. This scene was so realistic. Even Gu Fei was taken aback. But he knew that this wasn't the power of the masked maiden, but rather, it was the power of the platform itself. Swish! At this moment, 2 gigantic dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out. His golden fist collided with the gigantic black dragon claws, causing a deafening sound to echo out. The gigantic dragon claws were actually shattered by a single punch from Gu Fei. Dragon blood splattered through the air as the gigantic dragon roared in rage and retreated. It was as though a real black dragon with flesh and blood was injured by a single punch from Gu Fei. This scene was too realistic. Even Gu Fei couldn't differentiate reality from illusion. What? How can this be? Seeing Gu Fei injuring the black dragon with a single punch, the veiled woman was truly shocked. She found it hard to believe. One must know that no one knew the offensive power of the black dragon better than her. Under the black dragon's sharp claws, even a quasi-saint would be instantly killed. To think that you are actually an ancient sage. The masked maiden spoke in shock. Wrong. Who am I? Even if you scratch your scalp, you wouldn't be able to guess. Gu Fei spoke mysteriously. So what if you are an ancient sage? Since you are already on my platform, there's no need for you to get off. The masked woman was incomparably domineering. She directly blasted out 9 black-colored Dao runes, imprinting them onto the body of the black dragon. These 9 Dao runes activated the boundless amount of extreme Yin energy within the extreme Yin battle platform. Streams of black chi gushed forth from the surroundings of the extreme ancient battle platform, entering the body of the black dragon in the air as an even more powerful energy. Fluctuation gushed forth from it. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of thunder rang out from the depths of the sky as a supreme destructive aura gushed forth. This was an aura that would cause even sages to feel their hearts palpitating. Heaven's wrath. Gu Fei inclined his head and stared at the depths of the sky. Could it be that this masked maiden didn't know that if she used the true power of a saint-level expert, she would attract the wrath of heaven? Seal! The masked maiden roared, causing the entire battle platform to tremble. Numerous black-colored Dao runes gushed forth from the platform, imprinting themselves onto the surrounding space, sealing this space. The Dao runes interweaved, transforming into a profound diagram that enveloped the entire battle platform, isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, the rumbling of thunder in the sky gradually faded away. The wrath of heaven's wrath had yet to truly descend. This battle platform isn't bad. Gu Fei's eyes brightened, being able to isolate the power of heaven's wrath. Wasn't this a heaven-defying battle platform? One must know that in this case he could use this battle platform to help those quasi-sages undergo their tribulations. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens. On the great battle platform, numerous scenes from ancient times appeared. The roars of barbaric beasts, the roars of heavenly dragons, deities and humans contending against each other. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Fei felt his blood boiling. He truly wished that he could be born in ancient times and contend against those legendary existences. However, he knew that this was impossible. Bang! Just when Gu Fei was distracted, a dragon claw slammed over, directly sending him flying through the air. He slammed into a stone pillar at the side of the great battle platform before landing on the ground. Gu Fei slowly stood up. After that, he patted the dust off his robes as he stared at the masked maiden with a smile that was not a smile on his face. You are actually not injured. The masked maiden stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. After receiving that attack from the black dragon, even sages would have their bones broken. Yet this fellow was actually completely fine. Huh. Gu Fei chuckled. He then pushed off the ground with both feet and shot into the sky, pouncing towards the black dragon in the sky. Swoosh! The black dragon extended its dragon claw and grabbed at Gu Fei. The dragon claw emitted a powerful force that instantly enveloped the space above Gu Fei's head, trying to grab him. Eat my fist! Gu Fei roared in anger. The power of the sage Dao surged throughout his body. His entire right fist shone with a dazzling golden light as golden runes appeared faintly on it. Bang! The golden fist directly smashed onto the dragon claw, causing dragon blood to spurt out. A large hole had actually been blasted out of the dragon claw by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei charged through the bloody hole and appeared in front of the black dragon's head in an instant. Boom! The black dragon spat out a ball of black fire towards Gu Fei. Black runes of the way could be vaguely seen within the pitch-black firelight. It was a terrifying type of flames of the way. The black flames of the way were not hot. On the contrary, the flames of the way were bone-chilling cold. This was the Taiying true fire. If a cultivator were to be touched by this fire, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. Even their primordial spirits would not be able to escape. Boom! Faced with this kind of flames of the way, Gu Fei's body rumbled. Then a ball of golden divine light surged out of his body, blocking the Taiying true fire. This was the protective golden light of Gu Fei's indestructible body. Golden runes of the way could be vaguely seen on the golden light, drawing upon the power of the sage Dao. What? The masked maiden was dumbfounded when she saw that Gu Fei was able to block the Taiying true fire from the black dragon. It seemed that she had underestimated this fellow. All right, I've played with you for so long. It's time to end this. The corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil smile. At the next moment, his entire body burst with boundless golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble! A shocking power exploded from his body. Large swathes of the Tying True Fire were continuously shattered by this mighty power, and the runes of the Tying True Fire dissipated in the air. This